start, I'd like to give you an idea of what you should expect today. We'll start according to the agenda that is already on the meeting website. We will be having PPM session during the first 2 hours. Thereafter, we'll be having technical presentations, and then we will have the closing ceremony. After which, all those on site are going to be treated to a good evening in the gala dinner. And we recommend that you bring your dancing shoes. It's going to be a relaxing evening. As usual, I'll take us through the housekeeping. For those on site, kindly ensure that you stick to COVID-19 protocols, that is masking, social distancing, and regular hand wash and sanitizing. Again, today we will keep the plenary area to 50 pax, which is in line with COVID-19 protocols, and it will be on first come, first served basis. Next to the plenary, we have provided an additional room where delegates can follow the meeting. In this room, delegates are asked to chat in their questions, should they have questions in the extension room. And no voice or sound will be allowed through the meeting platform. Otherwise, delegates in the plenary area can come to the microphone and ask their questions, stating their affiliation, their name and affiliation. Delegates on site online, on the other hand, are asked to use the raise hand icon on the Meeteco platform, or use the Q&A, strictly Q&A and not the chat section for questions in regards to policy. Today is AFRINIC-35 day 2 and day 2 of the PPM. On-site interpretation is provided, and channel 1 is English, channel 2 is French, and channel 3 is Arabic. I'll repeat that. Channel 1 is English, channel 2 is French, and channel 3 is Arabic. Feel free to join the meeting using the different languages. This has also been provided for on-site delegates, where underneath your screen, you will see the different languages, and you have the choice of clicking which channel is convenient for you. Remember to speak in the channel of choice. That is, if you've selected Arabic, when you come to the microphone, please speak in Arabic. If selected French, when you come into the microphone, speak in French. At this point, I would like to welcome the co-chairs, Mr. Vincent Gundi and Darwin Da Costa, to take us through the session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And hopefully everybody's recovered from day 1. We will now start with the AFRINIC-35 Public Policy Meeting, day 2. And I will briefly, you guys, go through the agenda. So we just had an overview on the logistics by Susan. Afterwards, we do have the welcome introduction and agenda overview. We will have afterwards our colleagues from AFRINIC to do a presentation. We will have the update on the Consolidated Policy Manual Review. Right after, we will touch the Policy Implementation Experience Report by the co-chairs. We will have a Q&A, and right after the tea break. Into the second part of our day, we will run into the Pdp Experience Overview. We will have an opportunity for the open microphone. Right after, we will have the PDWG chair selection, a message from the AFRINIC CEO, and we will then be closing day 2. Next slide, please. Okay, so let me walk you through the guidelines for participation, whether you are attending on site or remotely. Next slide, please. Whereby we'll start with the AFRINIC Code of Conduct, and as a participant in AFRINIC public policy meetings, you are expected to behave professionally, respectful at all times, acting in the best interests of AFRINIC community at all times, respect the agenda, please keep your remarks on topic for the relevant part of the meeting. And on the last point, I would like to again stress out that whether you are raising a question on site or online, please keep your questions, remarks, or suggestions to the subject we will be discussing. Harassment, intimidations, or offensive behavior will not be tolerated. Next slide, please. How to participate in the PPM. The slide is coming up. We have a latency issue, I guess. Yeah, it's there. Was not on the screen. So questions time will be open to allow questions from both online or on-site participants. Please use the Q&A window as stated by Suzanne if you are attending online on the Meet Echo conference platform in case you have any questions to the presenter. For those following the PPM on Facebook or YouTube channels, your questions will be monitored and copied to the Q&A window of the Meet Echo conference platform. You might also subscribe to the RPD at afrinic.net and make your contributions to the policy discussions. Consult the RPD archives to acquaint with the discussions on the policy proposals. Next slide, please. An important part of the day, and also mentioned yesterday on day 1, when participating on the PPM, please do introduce yourself, state your name, affiliation clearly, respect the timekeeping, keep your remarks reasonable, short, respect language differences, translators, and remote participants. Please speak slowly and clear. If you are opposing or supporting a policy, you must give an objective reason, bearing in mind the AFRINIC Code of Conduct. If microphones are closed before you have the chance to speak, post your message on the RPD mailing list, which we will be monitoring through. At this point in time, I will welcome everybody again, whether you're online or on-site for day 2, and I would like to ask our colleague Carla from AFRINIC to do a presentation.
Taking this off, I think we socially distance. Thank you and greetings to everybody from AFRINIC. It's an absolute honor to be here with you and to have the opportunity to talk about some of the policies that we have brought in or in the process of bringing into being that hopefully will inspire you as well. So, so to start off with, there were 3 policy proposals that were tabled in February this year at Apricot and AFRINIC-35. The one is the Prop 142, which is the unifying the transfer policy text. So this was really not changing anything around transfer policy at all. It was about changing the text and the way that that the information is actually shared to make it a little bit more simple and clearer. So that was the first one. The second one, it was Prop 143, which is how we delegate ASNs to customers, specifically non-portable ASNs, but I'll run through that a little further down the line. And then Prop 144 was around the experimental the experimental allocations. So if we want to just move on to the next slide. So more details on Prop 142, which, as I said, is around about the unifying the transfer policy text. It refers to IPv4, IPv6, and ASN transfer policies under sections 8, 11, and 13 of AFRINIC's Internet Number Resource Policy document. There was a lot of repeated text in there. There was a lot of stuff that was kind of, if I can say, just repeating stuff that was in the different sections. So these changes seek to simplify the transfer policy, reducing the amount of space and duplicated text to make it easier for people to understand. So moving forward, AFRINIC will maintain a public log of all transfers, including mergers and acquisitions, historical resource transfers, etc., instead of just market transfers. So by market transfers, I mean those IP addresses that are transferred in the market. I'm not sure about the terminology that you use here, but I think you get what I am meaning there. So the implementation of this policy will take approximately 3 months. It does require some changes to the AFRINIC registry systems and processes, so those will be happening as we speak. Next, please. So this is actually just a little bit of an example of the text that I was referring to. So as you can see in the columns there, you've got the various different headings for the different types of delegations or transfers. And the idea is to take all 3 of those texts in those different columns and put them into a new part 5 in the policy text. So that's just to give you an idea where. Next, please. Okay, so Prop 143 ASN to customer. This, as I said, aims to make the policy document clearer on how AFRINIC handles ASN as according to whatever the customer suggestions are. This change would apply to providing ASN customers under section 12.4 of the AFRINIC's Internet Number Resource Policy document. Essentially what as I said, it refers to the non-portable ASNs. There was a concern from the community that when ASNs had been actually delegated to customers and they were returned to AFRINIC, those were being stockpiled by the upstream. So this is why this proposal was actually tabled. And it stipulates that customers who change their upstream can now transfer the ASNs to their new upstream, or back to AFRINIC as an AFRINIC member or a member of one of AFRINIC's NIRs. So essentially, once this has actually been implemented, which again we expect to take around about 3 months, that those addresses will essentially become the same as portable addresses, ASNs, should I say? Sorry. Next. Okay, so Prop 144 is around the reserve pool for experimental allocation, in line with the spirit of experimental RFCs being developed at the IETF. This is to provide reasonable assurance that there will be space for this important work to continue. So at the moment, the proposal is for AFRINIC, or that has been accepted, is for AFRINIC to reserve a /21 of IPv4 from the from the AFRINIC free pool for these experimental allocations. I think we've done around 5/24 allocations in the last 5 years, 6 in the last 5 years. But it was felt, since these allocations are only made for a 12-month period, that we should be able to cycle through the allocations if necessary. So again, this reservation will expire after 5 years. I said the delegations need to be returned back to us after a year. And again, the implementation, we're expecting 3 months. Then there again requires changes to the registry systems and processes. Okay, questions. Well, there's probably not much time for questions, but if you want to just follow or Google how to have a look at our AFRINIC policies, that's the link is there on the slide. Otherwise, if there's any questions afterwards, feel
Actually, there is one,
yes?
Carla.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
There-
Hello.
So there is one on site and one online. We go first with the one
Yep.
on site.
Thank you very much. So do you hear me? It's okay. So Hervé Clément from Orange. So thank you for this very clear presentation. I just have a very general question, which are not dedicated specifically to the policies we spoke about. Sorry. Okay. Are there any specific issues or specificities regarding the fact that so within AFRINIC, you have got national internet registries. So I suppose that all the proposal you have presented impact all the local internet registries, etc. But as there is another hierarchical system, so is there any impact regarding the implementation of this proposal or not?
Yes, well, there is an expectation that any policy that is implemented at AFRINIC would be also implemented at NIR level. Is this what you're asking? Yes. So, and there are obviously challenges because they don't always have the same level of resources that we have, and in the same way that sometimes the Secretariat is asked to do implementation of policies, that means that we do have to change how we operate. Those operational issues are addressed by ourselves, but we are fully supportive of the NIRs and helping them to implement these policies. It's very important for us to make sure that the standard is maintained, regardless of where those resources are actually obtained.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We have now one online. Jordi.
Oh, hi, Jordi.
Jordi Palet. Hi, Carla. All.
Jordi, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello? 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 There is some echo over there. There. You need to close the local mic, I guess.
Jordi.
Yes.
Jordi.
Oh, we're echoing.
You need to close the local mic, I guess. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? My audio is the same as yesterday, and yesterday worked, so it's a local problem, I think. Now? Can you hear me now?
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So, well, okay, so we don't have an echo in here. That's good. Thank you, Carla, for the presentation. We just told Jordi to raise his question via email or in the Q&A. We will now move ahead into the update on the policy manual review, and Mati will be the one doing that.
Yes.
Good afternoon, online and on-site participants. It's a pleasure to have you
Yes.
on day 2 of the public policy meeting of AFRINIC.
Yes.
So I'll briefly go through what the Consolidated Policy Manual Review exercise is about, what it entails, and what we have planned to do. So as part of the exercise, we complete the verification that all ratified policies are present in the Consolidated Policy Manual. So we'll identify any issues. We'll have an internal peer review. We'll inform the working group and then can proceed and update the Consolidated Policy Manual. In cases where overlaps or inconsistencies are detected between sections of the current Consolidated Policy Manual, so these will be identified, undergo an internal peer review, will inform the Policy Development Working Group, and we'll wait for ratified policy proposals, because that's the only way that the Consolidated Policy Manual will be able to be updated. All right, next slide. So I will look for text and identify text that are not relevant or no longer relevant to resource policies. For example, there's one that we've already seen that they refer to fees. So once they've identified, an internal peer review will be conducted. We'll inform the Policy Development Working Group, and the Consolidated Policy Manual can only be updated if we have ratified policy proposals that aim at changing or removing the text. And as part of the review, that's one improvement that we think will be valuable to the Consolidated Policy Manual, especially for those who are new to policy development, or even, as the number of policies have grown in our region. When we look at some sections, we have no idea, or it takes us a while to figure out which policies brought in those sections. So we're planning to update the manual with a link to the applicable ratified proposal, because usually the proposals, you have a problem statement, explain how the proposal the policy text is solving the problem, and also has the policy text that goes into the manual. And lastly, if there are any editorial updates that are required, we'll identify them. Again, we will have the internal peer review. We will inform the working group. And in case if the working group gives its consent to these updates, if they accept these editorial changes and allows us to update, then we'll be able to update the CPM. Else, if no consent is received, then these changes will have to be brought in by new policy proposals. Next slide. So the exercise is currently in progress. Okay, everything that I've spoken about is currently in progress. The peer review is exhaustive, and that's where we want to be sure, make sure that all that we have identified are relevant and then can be communicated to the working group. And also the problem areas, that we call them, in the CPM, will also be published on the website as we progress with the exercise. For the upcoming PPMs, the working group may find it useful to look at some of these problem areas and propose policy proposals to fix them. On this, I would like to thank you for your attention. We'll have the implementation experience report, and then we can take questions. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Nilam Bharat, IP Resource Analyst from the Member Services team, and I'll be walking you through the Policy Implementation Experience Report. Next slide, please. The aim of this report is to provide feedback to the members and the community regarding any policies that has been recently ratified, any conflicts in the consolidated policy manual sections, and as well as the hostmaster experiences. Next, please. I'll begin with the recently ratified policy. We have the OPKI ROA for unallocated and unassigned AFRINIC address space, which refers to having an AS0 ROA covering all the unassigned and unallocated IPv4 and IPv6. The status for this policy is ratified and it is under implementation. And the estimated go live is end of Q4 this year. Next, please. Just a quick update regarding the ASN uptake trend since the policy implementation. So in 2020, AFRINIC implemented the multi-homing not required policy. This policy states that an organization is eligible for an ASN if it plans to interconnect with at least one ASN in the next 6 months, or it shows a unique routing policy. So you'll see this graph. There has been an increase in the uptake of the ASN just after the policy has been implemented in 2020. Next, please. Moving on to the sections of the CPM that are conflicting. We'll be talking about the CPM section 6 regarding IPv6, where we'll be referring to 3 subsections: rectifying the size of initial allocations, the subsequent allocation criteria, and the applied HD ratio. Next. So AFRINIC implemented the rectifying size of initial allocation in 2020, and this one, during the IPv6 deployment, if an organization finds that the size of the initial allocation is no longer satisfy its needs, the organization may submit an IP addressing plan to AFRINIC without having to wait until it can fulfill the requirement for a subsequent allocation. Under this policy, the organization, please, can you go back? Yeah, okay, thank you. Under this policy, the organization will not have to prove the utilization threshold. So the new size will be adjusted according to the new addressing plan as specified in section 6.5.1.2, and thus will qualify for extending the current prefix to the necessary number of bits. Next. Now for the subsequent allocation criteria. A subsequent allocation criteria will be provided when an organization that is an LIO satisfies the evaluation threshold of post addresses utilization in terms of the number of sizes in units of /48 assignments. So an organization must be at an HD ratio of 0.94 to qualify for additional IPv6 allocation. So back, please. All right, so for any subsequent allocation, when we receive the request, it goes through an evaluation, and we have to scrutinize the utilization and to see if they made the HD ratio in order to determine the eligibility. If they're not eligible for subsequent allocation, if the HD ratio of 0.94 is not met. Hostmaster experience. So we've observed that organizations, they are eventually coming to AFRINIC for IPv6 rectification size of initial allocation when they are failing to reach the required HD ratio of 0.94 to qualify for additional subsequent allocation. Challenges. HD ratio has been the prior consideration, and after the implementation of the rectification section of the rectification policy, we've observed that the effectiveness of the HD ratio has been reduced. Next. That is all that I have for you. I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. But we will now open the floor on site and online for questions. I see Jordi is on the queue already. Hopefully we solved this technical problem already. Can we try to allow Jordi and right after Sylvian to raise their questions?
Hello? Now it seems okay?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I am going to make first my comment that I was trying to do for the Carla presentation, if you don't mind. The thing is that I believe there is something that we did in AFRINIC that is very relevant for this community, and actually the presentation that Carla did is the result of that experience. The experience was a review of the policy manual, as Matt presented, they are going to do now, and then suggesting the staff to the community what things need to be fixed, even if they are editorial changes and so on. So as a result of that, we created a working group to work on policies to fix the different points. And I think that's very important for AFRINIC, because instead of making competing policies, we joined it together, and the result was having, I believe, 4 proposals the previous meeting and 3 in the last one that have been the ones that Carla presented. So I think it's an important comment to show that cooperation is possible instead of competing in policies. Now, I applaud the presentation from Matt. I think it's a very good initiative. As I said, it's the same we did somehow in AFRINIC. And in LACNIC also, we have now a working group to work in one concrete policy for the elections of the chairs. And my comment regarding the peer is that I don't believe, well, the first I have a question regarding the ASN. I understand that the idea of the mention of the ASN increase in 2021 was not a complaint to the policy, but just showing that it works. That's a question. And then regarding the contradiction that the staff is understanding from 6.5.1.3, rectifying the size of initial allocations, I don't think there is a contradiction. If you look at the last paragraphs of that proposal, or that policy, sorry, it says each organization may only use this procedure once. So for this second opportunity, they should carefully study the final medium and long-term network addressing plans. So what was the idea of this proposal? And I think it was the same we did in AFRINIC actually, and LACNIC. In RIPE is not needed because initially you get a /29 if you want instead of a /32. The idea is that most of the people, when they ask AFRINIC for an IPv6 prefix, they go for the default. They go for the /32. And if you have less than 50,000 customers, that's fine. But if your network is bigger, you need more addressing space. And as a result of the lack of knowledge, sometimes you go for the default. So there is no such contradiction, because you only apply this section of the policy if you are correcting your mistake once and only once. If it's a subsequent allocation, it's not really a correction of the mistake. It's because your network grow over the time, or you have acquired other organizations or whatever. And then, of course, applies the HD ratio. I don't know if my explanation clarify a little bit, or if the staff still understand there is any contradiction. If so, I am happy to turn on a new policy proposal, but I don't really think it's needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordi. We have taken note on that. We do have another online question. Please do state your name and affiliation and your question. Can we allow the online participant to, Sylvian, to raise question? Okay, no. Hello, Sylvian, can you hear us? You are breaking down. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Do you mind maybe trying to post your question or your comment into the Q&A? Because we can't hear you. Okay, so I think Sylvian will put the question on the Q&A. We don't, as far as I can see, we don't have no one on the on-site queue, and also no further questions for the remote participants. Is there any other questions that you guys would like to raise? I don't think so. No Q&A questions. Well, then I think we can then close this closed session of Q&A and then jump directly to the PD Experience Overview, which my co-chair, Vincent Gundi, will be leading that. Thank you.
Thank you, Darwin, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll share with us the PDP Experience Overview, which is really a presentation of what we see as PDP co-chairs, Darwin and I, and some of the things that we feel that we need to share with the community to see whether we can shape the policy development process and the activities therein. So I'll just go straight to the presentation. One of the experiences I've had is with the issues to do with appeals. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. Just give us a few minutes, please. Next slide. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying these are some of the experiences that we faced as a PDP co-chairs, and we just felt that it is important that we share with the community these experiences and see how best we can improve the process. So our first experience is with the appeal process. And upon notification that the co-chairs decisions on a proposal and appeal, we usually post the proposal at that stage as we await the outcome of the appeal committee. And why is the reason? The reason is because we want to allow the appeals committee to work independently, and so we can't progress that policy proposal until that happens. So what are the challenges we are facing as chairs? One, the CPM is not clear about what happens to proposals in such instances. And I think this is something that the community needs to look at and perhaps consider improving that process. I think that's already covered even in the two policy proposals that were that gathered consensus yesterday, so that it's very clear what happens when a proposal is under appeal. Secondly, there's also disagreement or a difference in opinion with others on whether the proposal needs to progress or not. And we saw this with one of the policy proposals this time, where the author felt that it needs to be in the agenda, but we felt that based on the principle we've been following before, we can't progress something that is under appeal. Of course, we also received threats of possible recall, which are okay because that's that personal opinion, but we still stuck to our grounds. The other challenge that policy proposals expire while still under appeal. Again, that will be resolved by one of the policy proposals if it gets ratified. There's a possible solution there on how to handle that. The other challenge that the author does not withdraw the policy proposal, which is an appeal, which is one of the options that is available to authors to do. The other challenge we witnessed recently is that an author submits a new policy proposal with the same text that reached consensus and insists that it be placed on the agenda. Again, I think the two policy proposals that were ratified that gathered consensus yesterday seek to address some of those challenges. The other challenge we have obviously is the timelines for response from the appeals committee. The feeling is that at times the appeals take quite a bit of time, which really affects the PDP itself. But again, the proposals that gathered consensus yesterday seek to address that issue. Next slide. There's the issue of code of conduct on the mailing list, how we behave on the mailing list. At times, the RPD mailing list is very unfriendly, especially with the use of strong language against opinions that differ, which I think certainly needs to be discouraged. This also leads to the new entrants being disenfranchised. And this is either the community or from the resource members themselves. We've also seen personal disagreements being brought to and debated on the mailing list. And we have issued a number of warnings with regards to non-adherence to the code of conduct. And all these challenges have led to a loss of the contributive culture that was present in the past. For those of us who have been in this community for a while, you remember that we used to handle a lot of all the issues that we had, even differences with a lot of decorum. And we hope that we'll go back to such a culture where we encourage even new entrants, and new entrants find a community that is tranquil and that is attractive. Next slide. The other issue or experience we have is with policy discussions, and we've noticed that up until perhaps a week or two before the PPM and during the PPM, there usually no discussions, neither in support or against, around the policy proposals, with the status being under discussion for months. We also don't see a lot of discussions once we have updates to policy proposals. The community usually is silent. Usually after a PPM, between two PPM, the community is usually very silent up until perhaps a week or two, and during the PPM where we see a lot of discussions. Obviously, there's limited time allocated for policy discussions during the PPM like this. It varies between 55 minutes and 85 minutes. And that time is allocated for the authors to present their proposal, for the co-chairs to share their views, especially with regards to any pending issues or pending objections. It's also the same time that will be used by everybody else to share their views on the policy proposal itself. So at times it becomes a bit unfair when somebody comes or a few people come with an exhaustive list of things that they want to share during the PPM, and yet we have a maximum of 1.5 hours to discuss so many things. It becomes unfair to others as well, because we also want to give as many people as possible a chance, especially when you have hybrid meetings where we have people physically here and people also online. And we experienced that yesterday. Next slide. On the issues of consolidation of policy proposal, I think we've discussed this at length, including the last 2 PPMs. We see a lot of competing policies. I remember the PPM in June last year, we had to do a matrix. We had almost 5 policies that sought to review the PDP, Section 3 of the CPM. And we realized that most of the policies actually had competing proposals, which makes it very difficult when it comes to implementation. So the issue of competing policies is very alive with us, and we need to find a way of perhaps authors working together or agreeing to work on certain issues or splitting responsibility for that matter. Because we also keep hearing that authors of competing proposals don't want to work together or come together to put together policy proposals. And in that regard, we are bound to have implementation problems, especially where we have text that is conflicting for the same sections of the CPM. The issue of brainstorming has been raised, and we even held a webinar sometime last year to just discuss about the issue of brainstorming, problem statement, how to progress conflicting policy proposals. And yeah, so we feel that brainstorming can help in shaping problem statements and also in coming up with policy proposals that are not conflicting. Next slide. Of course, the next issue is the issue of problem statements, and it's been raised here, including yesterday, that some of the policy proposals have unclear problem statements, perhaps at times even multiple problem statements. There's also an issue with the way problem statements are drafted. And so my co-chair and I are proposing that between now and the next PPM, possibly sometime in July or August, we have a webinar on how to draft policy proposals and problem statements. And we'll be inviting the community for volunteers. If anybody is willing to participate in this, especially from a point of speaking, to come and approach us so that we can organize this webinar and have a discussion around drafting policy proposals and as well as problem statements. Last but not least is determining consensus at the PPM. One of the challenges we've noticed that some of the policy proposals are lengthy, and we experienced that yesterday. And this also makes it difficult makes it challenging to determine consensus because there are so many issues to look at. In such instances, we also encourage people to exhaustively or try as much as possible and hold discussions in the mailing list, so that when we come to the PPM, we are really just focusing on the few contentious issues or the limited contentious issues that need to be thrashed out by the community or by the PDWG. Again, there is the issue of problem statements that cover many issues in one single proposal. I think that's one of the things we'll be looking at during the webinar to see how best we can be a little bit more focused in terms of what we want to pursue at any one point in time or for every policy proposal. So as a recommendation, the committee should look at how the PDP can be fixed to allow more time for consensus determination by the PDWGs. And I think this was also addressed by the policy proposals that got consensus yesterday, where we are saying that we don't have to compel co-chairs to make a decision at the end or during the PPM. At times you want to do a thorough analysis. we want to do a thorough analysis as co-chairs, and some of the proposals have been to have the issue of consensus determined perhaps a week or two after the PPM, after the public policy meeting, so that co-chairs have time to do a thorough analysis, which is also to the benefit of the community. Thank you. Yeah, so next slide. So now we go to open mic, Q&A. Whoever wants can take the podium. We can introduce yourself, name and affiliation, and we request that you be concise with your comments. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, avec Clément from Orange. So thank you very much for having raised these issues. So regarding the policy proposal development process, etc. That's a very good thing to identify the problem, of course. So it's a way to solve it. I followed this process within AFRINIC since 2015, something like that, etc. And of course, so this problem exists in that. So I have not magic solution, of course, to solve it. If I can perhaps point on two specific issues, it's the fact that very often you have two or three proposals to try to solve one specific problem. And so it was proposed yesterday. So one thing could be to have a pre-study of the proposal and to have a discussion with the member of the community proposing something, and to try before the policy can be presented, to have a discussion together or with the AFRINIC, with the policy working group, etc., to try to propose something common, etc. So for me, it could be a good thing. The other thing is that, and you said that in the mailing list, so the mailing group, etc., you have a lot of messages with some discussion we are not very appropriate. So regarding the development, I don't know if there could be a possibility just to sort this email and just to keep email who are specifically dedicated to the specific discussion of that. But it's not very easy. I can understand that it's not something you can do that very well. You are speaking about the mic, so I won't spend too many time to the mic. You can have, for instance, very long speech. So perhaps a solution could be to limit the length, the speak length to 1 or 2 minutes, something like that. I don't know. And there is a problematic of the implication of the member of the community. For instance, for me, but it's a very personal feeling, the public policy meeting, so the meeting we are currently attending, is for me the art of an AFRINIC meeting. And I would love that more people attend or participate in that meeting or in line or in person. And that could be a good thing. And people more so concentrated or aware about the discussion. So Madhvi, you asked the question yesterday, if people have read the policy's proposal or know how the policy can be found in the website, the AFRINIC website, etc. That's for me very good question to ask. So that was just a personal feelings, thoughts about that. So we are a community, and I think it would be good to find solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? Can go on. Okay, go ahead.
Bonjour.
Name your name and affiliation and.
Morning. Serge Parfait Goma from the Republic of Congo. Thank you. So I'm speaking in French. Please wear your headsets to hear the English translation. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you so much, dear co-chairs. I appreciated your presentation on the challenges you are observing, but there are 2 points where I didn't see the recommendation or the solutions that you are suggesting. One of the challenges was about was when the policy proposal expires while it is in appeal. So the problem, if I understand, is that some policies are already ended, but are resubmitted in appeal, if I'm correct. And there was another challenge regarding authors who are insisting to having the policy under discussions at the agenda, despite the fact that these policies reached consensus already. So on these 2 points, I didn't see which solution you were suggesting to solve this. And my proposal is that because we have nominated you as co-chair, it means that we trust you as co-chair and we empowered you to represent us. So, and when I refer to these 2 points, I just mentioned, sometimes you should assert your authority, and you have the right to decide and to say that if a discussion is closed, there's no point and no interest to come back to it. So you have the authority to bring back order. So that was my suggestion for these 2 points. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lawrence Olawale Roberts. I happen to be the CEO of Microboss, an incoming resource member. And I also wear another hat as the vice chair for the business constituency of ICANN. I have two interventions to make. The first on policy. I feel, looking at what has played out recently, I feel that our policy development process, where community driven, can benefit a lot with staff support. In a case where we are able to provide staff to support leads who propose some form of policy change, it might be easier to harmonize policies before they get to the point where, before they get to this kind of stage where we have to start having difficulties or start untangling difficulties, if I may say. This is a similar process in the ICANN working groups for which I participate. They don't have to help teleguide what happens, but definitely where we have staff supporting these processes, they are able to advise in a timely fashion promoters on what might be conflicts, areas of conflicts, and also looking at the wider ecosystem, might be able to advise promoters on what might possibly turn out to be an infraction. So I believe that if there is anything hindering such support from the staff level, we should encourage it. That being said, as I mentioned earlier, I also happen to be the vice chair for the business constituency. And for any business that happens to have an online presence, it is very important that we should be contributing to policy development at the level of ICANN. At my constituency, which is business, we have very, very few participation from Africa. We have encouraged business to the extent of reducing the cost of participation by 70%, and we still experience very, very low participation. When you look at the technical space, the ISP space, ISCPC, it's called within ICANN, there is only one Kenyan company or firm that is a member of that constituency. I want to use this opportunity to encourage Africans, because every policy that is made at that level affects our region. We should become more interested in what is also happening in other ecosystems outside AFRINIC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll first respond to some of the issues that I've raised before. We'll respond to some of the issues that have been raised. I'll request my co-chair to respond to one of the issues that has been raised, and I'll cater the rest.
Gentlemen, I fully agree with what you just said, and we also saw on a presentation from APNIC that cooperation can be done, and if cooperation can be achieved in Asia, I most likely think cooperation also can be achieved in Africa or whatever the region is, right? So I'm fully with you on this one, and I think authors from proposals should find a way to come together and to work in a proposal to make it one instead of to make five, out of many competing proposals. And when it comes to your last point, which was you were seeing less people attending the conference, well, I'm already happy that we are now coming back after this pandemic time. But I was talking with my co-chair and with a few colleagues as well. I think we are only 2 people from Angola here, and there is no one else also speaking Portuguese. So I fully agree with you that large participation from the entire community is very well needed. If you cannot make it online, then just make sure that you can at least reserve 2 or 3 days to attend it online. I think it's very important.
Thank you, Darwin, for that. There is James Chiro. You want to say something about to respond to Jody? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vincent. I've just addressed Jody's questions. The first one was regarding AS numbers. That was just an update to the community regarding the positive upside of the policy change. So it wasn't a question or a complaint. The second part is not necessarily conflicting, I think, as it was written on the subject line. The thing is, at present, hostmasters are making use where a member cannot reach the threshold. We are making use of the second policy to make sure that at least they are able to do the changes and then they can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for that. Just to respond to some of the issues that were raised and comments. Heavy from Orange, I think you gave some very good recommendations. One on, of course, having a pre-check process to avoid conflicting proposals. And I think it's something the community needs to consider. We need to make it part of the PDP so that we avoid, we stop postponing problems. Because if you have conflicting policies and you go through the PDP, then you're really postponing a problem because it's going to come back to us and would have to deal with it. So a pre-check process is key. And I'm bringing this out for the minutes as well, so that the community can take it up, because we can't take it up as co-chairs. Decorum in the RPD, in the mailing list, is important. They need to focus on issues. I think we can't, we have to reiterate that. We need to keep the focus and get back our culture, the culture that we used to have. Obviously, the issue of reading policy proposals beforehand. And I think it's Madvi who asked yesterday how many people have read, not even read policy proposals, how many people know where to find the policy proposals in the first place. And it was a bit disappointing, but again, it's always work in progress. We have new members in the community, and we can just encourage people to read beforehand and contribute as much as they can on the mailing list, and not necessarily wait until the PPM. Sarge, you raised 2 issues. One is when a proposal expires, what happens? Especially when that proposal is under appeal. And we made a decision because we had such an instance this time, and we say that as much as as long as a proposal is an appeal, we can't progress it. I think it's a standard way of looking at things. Obviously, it is our conviction that once the appeal committee makes a decision, the proposal will go to the board and it will be ratified if the board feels so, because that was our recommendation. So despite it being ambiguous, we'll go with the spirit of making sure that we support the PDP. And the PDP purpose is to make sure that good policy proposals get ratified. So as much as it's expired, it's gone through the 1-year period, we will still recommend that the board approves it. That is our position. The insistence on a proposal being on the agenda, I think we discussed with the author of that policy and we stood our ground. And we said that as much as it's under appeal, everything else stops until we hear, the feedback from the appeals committee. Then, of course, there's a comment that the PDP can benefit from staff support. I think we get a lot of support from staff, and it's mainly through 2 ways. One, the staff impact assessment, which is always done for each policy proposal, and also the staff support to the co-chairs. And we have Bryce here and Madhi who provide us a lot of support in the background. There's a lot of work that happens before these meetings happen, long meetings, a lot of documentation, a lot of emails. So there's a lot of work that happens. And I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of myself and Darwin to thank Bryce and Madhi for the wonderful work that they are doing. And perhaps the committee can give them a clap. I think it's time we give them a clap and say thank you. I think the issue of the business community, my colleague has exhaustively addressed it. And without further ado, we can now go back to, we have some 2 people online who want to give comments. I will start with Jody, and then we'll have Gregor to follow that. So Jody, the floor is yours.
Hi, Jordi Paret. I am trying to understand where you can find in the CPM or in the PDP, and I asked it to the co-chairs in private email, copy to the staff, that you must pause the process when there is an appeal. There is nothing that looks even similar to that in the PDP, and is the same in other registries and in the ITF and everywhere. So that's the key problem here. Now, you just said that in the spirit of the PDP, when the appeal fails in favor of the consensus, if that's the case, you will continue the process. But the PDP is very explicit otherwise. It says it cannot be ratified if it has expired. So that's a big problem, and it's a contradiction. Now, you mentioned in one of the slides that I am making, because it was me, about this proposal, the VUC proposal, threats. No, I am not making threats. What I said is that when the chairs make their own interpretation of the CPM, that was the reason, the exact reason the previous co-chairs were recalled. And it will be unfair that a couple of co-chairs are recalled because they interpret their own way the CPM, and the next ones do not. I support you, and I believe you are doing a good job, but I believe that everyone can make mistakes, and the way to correct mistakes is not to wait for a recall. It's precisely to address the mistakes and respond to the people that is saying there is a mistake here, and explain where in the CPM it mentions the pause. It's no way, no, it don't make sense at all. Now, you mentioned also that the proposal is a new version with the same text. Not. I keep the same text in the sense that can reach the consensus the same way if the board decides not to ratify it. But there are one minor change that don't affect the consensus and allows to be a different version. So I did that precisely on purpose. Now, the lack of discussion in the mailing list is the same in ITF, is the same in all the registries. So it's not a problem for AFRINIC only. I don't think there is a solution for that, except allowing the decisions to go through the mailing list as we did in other registries. And that's what my proposal from yesterday is doing. We know all that the PPM time is limited. So it must not be our main channel. The main channel must be a more inclusive one, which is the mailing list. Regarding competing proposals, I mentioned already that before. We should try to create working groups. So if there are different sets of authors working on the same topic, let's try to create a working group and making sure that they can put their ideas together and probably break the proposals in smaller problems, because that's the way we can progress. There is a clear demonstration in other registries like AFRINIC, LACNIC, and even RIPE that make these task forces or working groups, and it works. I fully agree that we need to give the chairs time for determining the consensus, and that helps to avoid mistakes. And that's precisely what my proposal from yesterday solves. So I think we are on the right track on that. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Jody. Just to respond to your issues before we take the next speaker. And because there's no law that is, or policy proposal that is watertight, in our wisdom as co-chairs, we decided to take that approach to say that, and that's the argument we'll advance to the board. In case somebody feels that the policy proposal shouldn't progress, we'll argue that in the absence of clarity in the PDP, then as co-chairs in our wisdom felt that we should halt the timer, because it's not the fault of the author or the community that the appeal has been lodged. And secondly, we also did the report to the board in time and within the timelines. So the idea is to halt it, just as in the policy proposal that met consensus yesterday. And once the appeal is determined, then you should go to the board and the board should consider it. That's point number one. Of course, the issue of recalling the co-chairs, I think it's something that is in the PDP. If somebody feels aggrieved, obviously they should use that avenue if they think it's going to resolve their grievances. It's not really a threat, but I'm just saying that if anybody feels that we are going against what you're supposed to do, then they're at liberty to use that clause. New proposal with new text, and the argument that the new amendment doesn't change context, I think that is something that is arguable. It's something we can look at from very many perspectives. But I think what we should be focused on is making sure that the policy proposals that we have progress through the PDP as expeditiously as possible. I think that's what the focus should be. And I'm glad that most of the ambiguities that have been with the current PDP have been addressed by the two policy proposals that gathered consensus yesterday. Working group, I think this is a welcome move, Jody, proposal rather, that we have a working group to ensure that we put our ideas together so that we avoid competing policy proposals. So I think that's a welcome move, and I think the community should find mechanisms of embracing that. So we'll now go back online to Gregor. We hear their comments, and then we take it up from there. Unless Darwin, you have a comment? Okay. Gregor, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Coach. I have some comment to make. The first one was about the staff and co-chair recommendation. I think they are very good, and I will suggest you open a new thread in RPG to continue the discussion. And from there, anyone in the working group can propose a policy proposal for the remaining issues so that we won't forget or we don't come back on the same issue next year. Or if anyone propose something, we can refer to that discussion and we know where the problem statement coming from. My second point is regarding the COSHA recommendation about having a webinar on policy proposal design. And my question is, should we discuss about the current template that we have? Why I'm saying that? Because Jody, for example, refused many times to make it clear the problem statement. And even yesterday, he refused to do that. And stating in the past, is stating all the time that policy statement does not go to the CPM. So we already have the template, but he refused to complain. So should we discuss about more, how do we address this kind of issues? And for us, for most of people that already have that competence or to do a policy proposal, we should be a good example for the rest of people that will come to propose the policy. So this is my second point. My third point is about the code of conduct. So I'm very disappointed with the behavior about Abdul Karim, okay, past co-chair, the behavior that he had yesterday, insulting the working group and walk out. So will we allow this happen again? Will we allow him to participate again in this activity? I can't believe, for example, he went on the Michael and said, think about co-chair decision after the consensus during another policy proposal. So it's even hijacking the mic. So I think this is not a lack of respect to the PDP, it's a lack of respect to the community, and we should not tolerate this kind of behavior anymore. My last point is about attending also, how should we enforce how people attend the policy meeting about the agreement of the rules so that this kind of issue won't happen. So should we, before let people to come to the open presentation, PDP, for example, adopt, for example, the same note well that EATF have, so that we complain about that note. We already have code of conduct, but if we can use something like a note well from IETF, so that we said you have to be agree about this rule that we have before participate on the open PDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregor, for those comments. I think on the issue of the problem statement and the webinar, as much as we're welcoming people to volunteer, we'll also reach out to some of the people we know to see whether they can create time and lead some of those discussions during the webinar. On the code of conduct, I think let's not go into personalities. Let's just say that as a community, we need to strive to adhere to the code of conduct that we developed ourselves, because it was developed by us, so that we have some decorum in our deliberations and in our PDP. I think I want to leave that at that. Any other comments? Karim, you want a right of reply? You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just walked in and I had my name being mentioned, and I feel I just need to react. I want to say that I have respect for this community, and I will continue to respect this community. All I want is for this community to do the right thing. We are going in a path that I do not believe in, and I do not have confidence in. And I believe there is a need for us to re-examine ourselves and understand what is required. I believe I am not a crazy person. I believe there are lots of people who believe in what I believe in. There has to be justice. We have to do things according to the book. We do not have to bend the book. There are a group of people, I will say it and I will continue to say it, who are controlling things from the back end. And as long as this group of people keep controlling things from the back end, I would continue to say what I say because I believe in this community. And I am part of this community. I would continue to be part of this community. Nobody can gag me. Nobody can tell me what to say. I will continue to say what I believe in. Okay? I am not the solution. I am not saying I'm the solution. But I understand the truth because I have been there. I have seen it all. I understand every side. Okay? And I will continue to say what I believe it is the truth. We cannot allow a group of people to dominate this community. In the process of trying to solve a problem, we are being one-sided. If things change today, we are going to regret it. Thank you very much. In the process, please don't let us burn down AFRINIC. We are trying to burn down AFRINIC because of IPv4, and this same AFRINIC is saying the future is IPv6. And what we are fighting for today is IPv4 because of its value. 10 years down the line, IPv4 I don't know, might not have the same value, but by then would have burnt down this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul for your comment. And just to respond to that, I think we just need to, as I mentioned earlier, focus on the three principles of the PDP: openness, transparency, and fairness. So nobody's going to gag anybody. We're just saying that let's stick to the tenets that bind us. Let's also not be speculative. If you say there are a few people who want to bring down AFRINIC, I think the best thing is to use the mechanisms for appeal, so that you state your facts and put it. But if you bring speculation, speculation has no place in this forum. We're going to deal with facts, yes. So if you say there are people, I think that discussion is not for this forum. It must be for another forum. You can look for another forum to discuss that. But all you're saying is that let's be open, transparent, and fair. I think those are the tenets that you have for the PDP. In regards to bringing AFRINIC down, I think we are all here to make AFRINIC stronger, not bring it down. But again, we're all allowed to have our own opinions. My view is that let's just keep the focus on making sure that AFRINIC grows and this community grows stronger and stronger, and we attract even younger people to join us because they're the future of our country. So next, please.
Thank you, coaches. And my name is Mukom. No hats for this contribution. I have watched policy deliberations in this community.
What's your name again?
My name is Mukom Tamon. No hats. So I've watched policy deliberations in this community for at least 12 years. And I think the problem of clearly defining the problem that we are trying to solve with the policy proposal keeps rearing its head. What if we considered a modification to the template that let us first agree on the problem statement before we start discussing solutions? Because if you're trying to get consensus on a solution and not everyone is clear what the problem is, we're always going to go around in circles. So that would be something I think we should consider doing. Agree, first of all, every time there's a new proposal, let us agree on the author says, this is a problem statement and maybe any evidence. Until we can agree on that, only then do we continue with the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukom, for that proposal, that we first agree on the problem statement, even before we spend a lot of time in drafting a policy proposal. I think that's a welcome move, and it could actually enhance our processes. The only question is, how do we go about it? I think that's what we need to agree. And it could call either for informally doing it, of course, through the RPD, but outside the PDP for starters, or institutionalizing it over time, so that the experience we gather can help us institutionalize it into the PDP. But for starters, we can do it informally, where co-authors come together, develop a problem statement, perhaps share it in the RPD, get some feedback before you put a lot of effort in drafting a policy proposal and it ends up not addressing an issue or it's overtaken by events. So thank you for that. Any other comments? You don't have any anybody online? I can see Jody. Jody, go ahead, please.
But as I see that you are maybe not reading it, I just want to clarify what you mentioned about the continuation of the VC policy once the appeal committee finalizes his decision. If I understood correctly, you are saying that if the appeal committee supports the consensus decision, the actual proposal will be ratified by the board. Is that correct, my understanding?
Yes.
Okay. If you go to CPM section 3.4.1, it says a draft policy expires after 1 calendar year unless it is approved by the AFRINIC board of directors as a policy. So that means that you are going to overrule this text. That's my question. So the only possible solution is what I did, having a new version, so we can take up the full process from that new version, or you will ignore this text from the PDP, which I think it's even worse. Okay. There is an alternative, and Sylvan already mentioned it, is using the variance of the process. Okay, that could be a solution. That could be a solution, because using that, you can bring the new version or the already existing version after the appeal to the process without waiting for a new PPM. I am sure there will be a new appeal, but at least the variance of the process will disallow this condition of the 1 year expiry. I don't know, maybe it's a possible solution, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, for that, for your comment. And indeed, that's one of the avenues. But what we'd want to see first is the decision of the appeal process. And then obviously, based on what the outcome is, we'll sit down as co-chairs and make a decision on the way forward. But for now, obviously, section 3.6 is one of the options that we can invoke to make sure that we don't, we still find a way of progressing the policy proposal. So, okay, Abdul Karim, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out two things. My name is Abdul Karim, by the way. I stand on my own. Number one is, Jody asked a question, and you said until we have the result of the appeal committee, there are supposed to be rules, and those rules are supposed to be clear before we even get to that point. If we are taking decisions based on the decisions of the appeal committee, then that is what I am saying. These decisions are biased, number one. Number two, the policy document says that the draft policy shall be available for a review for at least 4 weeks before the next public policy meeting. I want you to please answer this question. How many of the policy that we've discussed at this policy meeting was actually submitted 4 weeks before this policy meeting? Thank you very much.
I think, Abdikadir, you need to look for another forum for airing those things. I don't know, you're asking questions that are rhetoric, but all the policy proposals were there on time. They follow the process. Number two, Jody has raised the issue of appeal. We're not talking about breaking rules. We're just saying that we're going to look the best way given the circumstances to deal with the situation. And I think I wish you could change your attitude a little bit. I think you have the wrong attitude for this forum, respectfully. I wish you could change it a little bit and be part of this community, as you should be. Chairman of the board, do you have a comment?
Good morning. I'm SM. Okay, it's a long name. I'm a director of AFRINIC. I'm also the author of the current policy development process. Mr. Jordi, he was asking a question about expiry of his draft proposals. And I don't know, am I allowed to ask a question, an open question to everybody in the working group? Can I?
Come again?
I have an open question. What is the intent behind this expiry in the policy development process? Thank you.
Go ahead, Applicant will respond to the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have ID IFP policy Gen 003 draft 04, date submitted 24th of May 2022. That is about 12 days away from now. You said it was submitted on time. This is what I have, and it's on the system, submitted 24th May 2022.
Abdikadir, so that we solve your issue, since you seem to be stuck up with that issue only, I take you to section 3.4.2. Are you there? You want to read it yourself? Please read it yourself, the whole of it.
The draft policy is placed on the agenda of an open public policy meeting. The agenda of the meeting shall be announced on the resource policy discussion mailing list at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting. No change can be made to the draft policy within 1 week of the meeting. Okay? This is so that a stable version of the draft policy can be considered at the meeting. The chair's determination whether rough consensus has been achieved during the public policy meeting. The chair shall publish the minutes of the proceedings of the public policy meeting not later than 3 weeks after the meeting. Can you tell me where it says you can overrule the 4 weeks?
So what it says is that no change can be made to a draft policy proposal within 1 week of the meeting, isn't it?
But it says that no change can be made within 1 week.
Yeah.
To the yes.
So it means that any change that has been made at least 1 week before the meeting can be admissible.
No, it's clearly stated that a draft policy shall be available for review for at least, clearly, at least 4 weeks. Clearly. This is our document. Clearly stated.
Go ahead.
Hi, it's Omo Oya Wakran. I'm a bit unclear about this. So what is the draft proposal in this case? Because I understand, I hear the comment about 4 weeks. So when do we start timing? Is it when the proposal is actually put in as a draft, the first draft? If it's the first draft, when was that put in? Now, if the rules say no amendments are allowed within a week of the meeting, is the last draft an amendment? So I just want to see that so I can clarify for the gentleman here, because we seem to be stuck on 4 weeks. What I understand is that the draft proposal has to be submitted before the PPM. What I also understand is that any changes to this proposal cannot be made after a week to the PPM. I don't see why we're having this discussion.
And I think the gentleman has also clarified for you. This policy has been discussed for 2 years. Forget about your 4 weeks. It's been discussed for 2 years. And what you should be focusing on, and there's the reason why that statement is there. You can't edit a draft policy proposal 1 week before. I think that's where your focus should be.
Oh, you edited this
And you have
document
told us-
yesterday. You edited this document yesterday saying there was a typo, when I clearly showed you it was not a typo. You edited the document yesterday.
No. We
Yes.
didn't edit a document, because let me tell you something, Abdulkadir. Even
You
during
claimed it
last
was a
call,
typo.
even during last call,
Yes.
what you're saying is that you can't have amendments to a policy proposal a week before the PPM. It doesn't say that during the PPM we can't deliberate and document and review it. The PWG is here. They are the owners of the process. They have that right, up and including the last call period. You can actually make changes, but editor, during even the last call.
You can make changes during the last call, but you have not pushed it to last call when you made those changes. So it was before. You can make changes, editorial changes, when it has gone into last call. But those changes were made, pointed out, before you declared last call here yesterday.
No, they can be made also during the PPM.
You see, the problem I have is we don't follow the rules. We try all the time to bend the rules.
Is your attitude.
It's not my attitude.
It's your attitude.
My attitude
You
is
need to
this
change
way because I have
You
a
need to
group
change
of
it, and you
people
need to fix it.
sitting down there trying to manipulate things.
We're not manipulating anything. And you're so
You are.
disrespectful.
I can clearly state that. You can throw me out of this room. I'm ready to leave. But I will tell you the truth. You are manipulating the rules.
As I said, this is not a house of speculation. If you have facts, speak about
I
them.
have facts and figures, and I've always been talking about facts and figures. I have never made any claim that I cannot defend. I have never. And I would never make a claim that I cannot defend.
And defend them. It's a pity, but take the seat, please. We have some comments online. We have Jody and Gregor again, and I think now we need to take those comments, and then unless it's a burning issue, we close because we have another what? Maybe 10. Yeah, we have another 10 minutes at most. So Jody?
I want to respond to AK because I believe he's wrong in one thing, but he's right in another. And if we look at the history of previous AFRINIC meetings and the process across the years, I can prove it. First, the text is clear in the PDP. What it refers is that a new version of a proposal can be presented up to 1 week before the meeting. That's what it means, which no changes can be made 1 week on the meeting. So AK, you also used that during when you were a co-chair, so you cannot discuss that, okay? Now, regarding the last call, he's right. But we did both things in PPMs. Sometimes in the PPM, when presenting a proposal many years ago, even myself, I can say that very clearly, we discovered typos and editorial changes in the policy text in the slides. And we did that on the fly, okay? It was probably not, let's say, exactly following the wording of the CPM, but we did that. However, they were editorial. It was not changing sentences that contradict other sentences in the text. So there is, we can call it typo, we can call it editorial. My reading of the CPM is that in the last call, and I will say even in the meeting, you can do editorial changes, but if it's really editorial, if there is a contradiction in the text, I don't think that's editorial. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, for your comments. But I can assure you, based on our assessment, whatever made the change was editorial. It was purely editorial because if you look at it objectively, you realize that it was really a typo. We'll have Gregor. Gregor, you can go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gregoire Umi. I'm speaking for myself. I want to come back also to the same issue about Karim. Again, it's happened again, and we have said it editorial changes is a law. We can do editorial changes, and it have been done when he was past co-chair. He was co-chair, and there is nothing wrong with that. Okay, so you can disagree with issue, but at the attitude to state your disagreement is not what you're doing right now. Okay, so we should be doing it respectfully. Those people that are volunteer to be co-chair, they are not there to taking money, they are there to work for the community, and I think we should respect them. So Abdul Karim said there are group of people that control it. So I beg, please say the name of those group of people that are doing it, so we all know, we are not on the same page. It seems like you have issue with personal things, or because he was a co-chair recalled, I don't know. So please let that go and let us continue work. We are doing things, and we are, our own job is not doing PDP. So we have other things to do, but please let us continue and do things. If you are disagreeing on something, let's put it clearly. Oh, this is not working. Okay, let's find a solution. It's not a fight. It's not like editorial changes. It's not something that, okay, because of one comma, we have to go back because we put the rule said, no, don't put comma. No, what's the comma? We are the one that designed the rule. If the rule is not working, we go back, we wrote the new rule. But why? Because of editorial changes, we cannot say no. We said during the PDP, we can make editorial change, suggest editorial change to the author. So, oh, please change this line, this thing, because the content of the policy does not change. Change this, then we push the thing to the last call. Thank you. That's all from me.
Yeah, thank you, Bibro, for that. Since you don't have any more comments, do you have anything on the Q&A chat? No. Sylvian says that thanks to God, the deadline is 1 week, not 4. It's not a new DPP. Thank you, Omo. There's some concern for our brother AK there. So you're being told to cool down a little bit. That's not from me, it's from Sylvain. I'm just passing the message. Jody as well. I think the feeling from Sylvain is that he's agreeing with the co-chairs that you can't change anything 1 week to the PPM. And so what that means is that as long as the policy proposal has been there for a while, or rather for more than 4 weeks, just to be specific, then the rule that really applies is the 1 week rule, where you can't change anything. Yeah, Malkelkins also supports that as well and says that the typo, it was really a typo for the proposal on the PDP working group. I think with that, Q&A. Yeah, I think with that we'll come to a close on the open mic session, and we'll swift again. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I can see we have some people on the queue. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Sheon Ojidiji, and I'm speaking in my own capacity. I work for Federal University of Ekiti, Nigeria. I just want to touch on make a suggestion on the policies which are currently on appeal, and with the possibility of it expiring. I don't know whether it has already expired or is going to expire before the outcome of the appeal. My suggestion is that currently the PDP does not envisage such a scenario, right? It's not contained in the PDP how such should happen. But there is also a section of the PDP that allows you to vary the process. But at the same time, I would suggest that the working group or the co-chair sit together to actually determine how they will handle the issue when it eventually arises, so that they, at least the working group knows ahead how that particular issue is going to be handled. So it will not be that it's after the decision of the appeal committee that that discussion is now happening. So that template of how you're going to handle the issue if it arises should be applied to any policy, irrespective of the outcome of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And I think we'll take that into advisement, and we'll be discussing that with my fellow co-chair, and we'll come up with a way forward and advise the PDW. No, please.
Thank you, Chair. Noah here. I just wanted to add some comment on some of the discussion which have been going on during the open mic, and so to speak on draft policy proposals. And I just wanted to remind the working group is that in most cases, by the time a policy proposal reaches version 4, it means that it has gone through a lot of discussions within the working group. And one of the proposals, like for instance, the guideline proposal was submitted in 2020. And the working group has been discussing that proposal for quite some time. Last year during the PPM, there were a few reservations and comments from the working group, which authors of the proposal picked up. And those were the changes which were made and submitted in time. So obviously what that means is that the proposal has been existing for quite some time. It's therefore not a new proposal. And it's those small amendments or suggestions which come from the working group that are normally often updated on the proposal, which then allows the working group to engage further during the PPM. So the argument about proposals being submitted, whether 1 week or 2 weeks before, we need also to consider the fact we need also to consider as a working group the lifetime of a proposal, because in most cases it's not a new proposal, it's a proposal which has been there for quite some time. And just to also clarify something which I think I also posted yesterday on the mailing list, I think there was a comment I was making which was misunderstood, but I did make some clarifications to the working group and posted the clarification on the mailing list so that at least we are all on the same page. So the idea that, an author is misinterpreting their own proposal is not true. The fact is that sometimes when you're trying to build an argument, it's important that you look at things from a much wider context, not just pinpoint one specific, point and then claim otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah, for that comment. I think we'll now close. Okay, I think respectfully, we have to close this session because we have other sessions after this. Thank you. We'll take a note of your concerns, Noah. Yeah, and I think those are some of the issues that were also shared on the mailing list. So the members can discuss during the mailing list. I want to hand over to Bryce to announce the outcome of the selection for the PDP co-chair. And then after that, we'll have the CEO, Eddie, to make a speech. And then we'll close the PPM. Thank you. Bryce.
Dutch, can you please upload the Thank you. We're now going to give you the outcome of the co-chair selection that have been on the mailing list for some weeks. Next. Okay. PDP co-chair selection process. So the term of one of our coaches, Darwin Da Costa, ends at the end of this PPM. So we've encouraged the PWG to work on the selection, to start the selection on the 23rd of April, and to appoint a new co-chair for 2 years' term. Eligibility criteria were published on the website and announced to the mailing list on 3rd of May. The call of nomination was open for 6 days, inclusive the extension period, and we closed the call on the 50th of May 2022. 4 nominations were received, and the policy liaison team accessed the nomination received, and we've created a matrix that was subsequently shared with the working group on the 18th of May. The working group discussed the matrix, and the candidate must apt to serve as PDP working group chair. We have received over 130 mailing spots, and the preference of the working group leans toward Darwin Da Costa. Thank you. So I'm giving the floor back to the co-chairs. Yes, this is what I'm saying. So we are now passing the floor to the co-chair so that we are welcome, yeah, to AD speech. So the CEOs.
So thank you for that, Bryce, for that report. I think that's an outcome of what was on the mailing list. So with that, I just want to hand over to Eddie to make his comments before we close the PPM.
Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate Darwin for having got the trust in this selection process. And I'll do 2 things. I have a speech to read, and I have a word from my heart. Okay? Dear Policy Development Working Group, on behalf of AFRINIC, thank you for attending and participating online or on site in its public policy meeting over these 2 days. This engagement does not need to stop here. This is an encouragement to all delegates to subscribe to the RPD mailing list if you've not yet done so, and contribute towards the development of resource policies. A special request goes to our resource members' contact to join the Policy Development Working Group so that they are aware of and participate in shaping resource policies, as resource policies, once implemented, have an impact on all the resource members. At this point, I'd like to thank the authors who have drafted the proposals, presented them at multiple public policy meetings, and refined the policy text based on feedback received. Please join me in congratulating the PDWG chairs who contributed their time and effort to make this AFRINIC-35 public policy meeting a success. I'd like to ask you a round of applause, please. It is my hope that we'll continue to see new resource policy draft and fruitful deliberation on the mailing list. Now a simple word from me, which is not part of what is read here. AFRINIC was built on the bottom-up principles and having anyone having his voice into the ecosystem so that we build networks and we evolve in our space. I'd like to thank you all because we value the time you spend in this place. We value the time you spend coming to meetings, reading those emails, because for us, it is our job. Monday to Friday, morning to evening, we go to work. For you, you could continue your lives without having to look at what is happening here. But we appreciate the time and effort you do. And I really want to call upon each one of us, mainly in this time when we have a lot of different ways to look at things. The first time when I arrived in Mauritius, one of my friends asked me, today is my friend, but at that time it was someone I met. And he asked me, I was high on what to take this job. And I told him, I didn't say anything because, you know, we are just getting to know each other. And the more we spoke, at one point he said, AFRINIC is too important for us to let it down. And this is why I joined. And I told him, this is why I came. I think AFRINIC has a big role into improving the lives in this new digital era. And I call upon each one of us, Africans, to put aside our differences and think about the 1.3 billion Africans when we are doing these things, when we are speaking on the mailing list. We need more people. We need more people involved in these policy discussions. We need more people in our space. But when we have a space where there is a lot of fight, we just can't go ahead. I tell my colleagues, we are like a restaurant. If you go in a restaurant where bottles are flying all over people's heads, you don't want to go back to that restaurant. It is your responsibility, it is my responsibility to ensure our space is sane and Africans get the best, because some of our peers don't even know that this type of policies are being discussed in a hotel somewhere in Mauritius. Let the future generation be proud of us 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for their participation in this 35th public policy meeting. I want to thank the participants, which is the PDWG. I want to thank the sponsors of this forum. I also want to thank, of course, the PLT team, the policy liaison team, the people who provided us with the sound. I want to thank also the online participants for their contribution and their presence. And finally, I want to thank my co-chair for also making this easier for all of us. Obviously, I know we might have had some conflicts here and there. I think it's all for the betterment of the AFRINIC PDP. It's nothing personal. We just want to make the process that we have better. And I'm sure that moving forward, we'll ensure that we are more cordial in our approach. We are more focused in our desires, so that we make a better AFRINIC for all of us. Because AFRINIC is for the betterment of the internet and the development of the internet in Africa. So thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
So we will go for a break, and then we'll come back for the technical presentation session and the closing ceremony. Bon appetit. Make sure you get your gala dinner ticket at the registration and at the door. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you mind getting the other guys to come into the room? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adibo Wale. I'm the Learning Experience Designer for AFRINIC. At the moment, this is the technical presentation session. I'll be moderating this part. So for the first part of this session, we are going to do a video presentation by Lucky Masela from Africa, Africa. So he's going to present on Africa rights promotion. If we have the video, we can actually put it online now. It's a video recording.
Good day. Good day. I would like to tender my apologies for not being able to be with you at this August occasion. However, I think it's worth noting that having come out from this COVID lockdown, which has really turned the world upside down, it is only a pure pleasure that some of us have been able to travel to the face-to-face or this hybrid AIS meeting, which is being held in Mauritius, a beautiful country indeed, full of warmth and lovely beaches. As we extend this message of support to the Africa Internet Summit, we want also to state categorically here that we are still upholding the mandate that was given to us by the African community of administering the domain name .africa. We are steadfast in the course of growing the domain name across the continent. In the last few months, we have embarked on a campaign of growing the domain name .africa. The campaign is a follow-on to previous campaigns around Asante, Africa Rise, and now we have Africa Rise 2, which has been launched and it ends in September. We would want to encourage all African registrars across the continent to take advantage of this campaign. One, as of July the 1st, all creates are being reduced to the most minimum value that you can think of. It is going to be more affordable than a can of Coke. Visit your registrar to get that domain name that you want. New creates 1st July, reduced. The campaign will continue until the end of September, which means all names across the continent's CCTL deeds can be assessed from our accounts at 0 rate. However, still speak to your registrar for that. Going forth, as of the end of September, all creates renewals will be at a reduced fee. So what do you think, Africans? This is your moment. This is your name. This is your identity. Take advantage of it. Register now, get your domain name, and be a true African. Be a true patriot. I thank you.
Okay, that was Lucky Masela from .africa. On our next line of agenda, we'll be welcoming Dr. Amrish on the stage to talk about Mira, Internet Resilience Index. Dr. Amrish?
Hello, everyone. My name is Amrish, and I work for the Internet Society, and it's a pleasure for me to be here and to present about a product on which both AFRINIC and the Internet Society collaborated on, and it's called Mira for measuring Internet resilience in Africa. So basically, today I'll present you the framework which we have developed together. Next slide, please. All right, so this is this project has been done in collaboration, as I mentioned, first of all, between the Internet Society and AFRINIC. But As it is a research project, we included a few partners in Africa, namely the University of Cape Town, the Carnegie Mellon University Africa, and also the Simula Lab. And thanks to that, we managed to build a very robust framework, which is called the Internet Resilience Index. And if you go to this website, you will be able to have a look at how the index is elaborated and how the different countries rated. And also there is a document there, which is like a master plan that we have written together with all the different partners to explain you in great details about the project and our thinking. Next slide, please. So we have heard recently about something called meaningful connectivity. So today, it is not enough to have just, I would say, perhaps a good connectivity. We need to have meaningful connectivity. Meaningful, it means that people needs to have regular internet access. They need to have a connection which is good enough in terms of bandwidth, so that they can visit the most preferred websites, watch their YouTube or other video feeds at their leisure. If possible, have unlimited connectivity, then having access to the internet doesn't become a barrier. And of course, having an appropriate device for you to access the internet. This is what we call meaningful connectivity. So this is a notion that is being brought forward a couple of times now in the internet access for all sphere. Next slide, please. But the reality is sometimes different, and as you know that, I think even this week itself there was a problem on the wire cable. Maybe our friends from MTEL can confirm this. So internet disruptions because of cable breaks or because of intentional disruptions, they happen. And they happen quite on a regular basis as well, especially in our countries. You have cases where during election periods or during exams there is internet shutdowns. Maybe Sarah can talk a little bit more about when shutdown happens in Sudan close to elections. There is also unreliable access. Uh-oh. Okay. Maybe they don't like what I'm saying. There is unreliable access in some places to, for example, to electricity. I take the case for example, South Africa. They are doing load shedding because they do not have enough power capacity. Lack of redundancy. Some countries are only connected to one undersea cable, so this becomes a bottleneck. So all of these makes the internet fragile and not resilient in some cases. So the idea is how do we measure the resilience of the internet? Next slide, please. So that's why we came up with that complex notion of the Internet Resilience Index, which I'm going to explain now. Next slide, please. So this is our definition. The Internet Resilience Index is a composite indicator. So it is not just one number. It is made of different indicators bundled together that measures a country's performance against the key pillars of a robust internet ecosystem. So this is a nice definition, but it is still very vague. So we need to now break this very, I would say, vague definition into measurable pieces. That's why we have selected 4 key pillars of what represent a robust internet. So next slide, please. So our 4 pillars are here, as you can see on the screen. First of all, infrastructure, of course, because without infrastructure, you cannot have a functioning internet. So this consists of the cable ecosystem, how good is the mobile connectivity in terms of coverage, and all enabling infrastructures that come together with the infrastructure. You can think of data centers, IXPs, and then of course performance. Performance, we have fixed networks performance and mobile network performance. These performance provide you data about performance provides you an idea of the stability of the network. So has bandwidth increase or decrease, or have they remain stable over time? Then our third pillar is enabling technologies and security. So this is all about the security aspect of the internet. For example, have our operators adopting the best practices in terms of routing hygiene? Have they secured, have they signed their CCTLD, for example? So all these are indicators that we use in this pillar. And finally, quite important as well is what we have defined as local ecosystem and market readiness. So how dynamic is your market? Is it a market which is highly concentrated, or is it a free market that anyone can come and create their network, or it is very easy for an ISP to come and provide services? Because as we know, the more free, the more liberal a market is, the more it brings down the cost of the internet as well for the end users. Next slide, please. So now I will tell you how we did our data selection process. Next slide, please. Yeah, so for us to be able to, once we have defined the 4 pillars, we need now measurable metrics to actually rate those pillars. And how did we actually choose those indicators? These are our 4 criteria. First of all, it needs to be relevant. Of course, we need to choose an indicator which is providing an information about that specific pillar. So this is relevance. It needs to be accurate. So we need to make sure that the indicator itself has been collected in ways that can be verified. Coverage, since we are doing a rating on many countries, so the group of countries that we have selected, there needs to be quite a good coverage. For example, if we are selecting an indicator, it needs to cover at least 75% of all the countries from our group that we have selected. And of course, timeliness is important because we need indicators that are current and not 5 years or 10 years old, otherwise the data will not be up to date. The next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the different dimensions which is within a pillar. So this is the infrastructure pillar. So we have 3 dimensions: cable ecosystem, mobile connectivity, and enabling infrastructure. So we thought that these 3 dimensions will cover more or less the notion of infrastructure. So you can have a look at the indicators within them. For example, the number of international gateways. So how many exit points a country has. How close is the population to a fiber connection. So there are places where there is a high density of population, but the density of fiber in that region is low. So access to the fiber connectivity could be low. Power availability, as I mentioned earlier on, is something important. Then we have, for mobile connectivity, you have network coverage, spectrum allocation, and for enabling infrastructure, you have the number of IXPs, because it shows you how the market is structured. So if there is an IXP, it means that there is a willingness to create a peering fabric and a peering ecosystem, so there would be more localization of traffic. So this reinforces the local ecosystem. And of course, the more data centers you have in a country, the better it is, because then you have diversity in terms of hosting services, which strengthen even more the local ecosystem. Next slide, please. Then we look at performance. As I mentioned, we looked at both fixed and mobile networks, and the metrics that we looked at were upload speed, download speed, and latency. And for this, we use a very interesting data set called the UCLA data set. So I think you must be familiar with UCLA. So every time you do a speed test on the internet, it is actually you most probably you are using the UCLA speed test. So it is basically recording the speed and also the latency to the server, to the speed test server, and UCLA collects this data and put it publicly, so that we can have access and do aggregate measurement as we are doing over here. Next slide, please. Then we have enabling technologies and security. In this case, we will be looking at different things such as IPv6 adoption. What is the percentage of websites in a country that is being viewed over HTTPS? The DNS ecosystem, whether the validation, what is the rate of validation? So AFRINIC is providing us this information. Is the CCTLD of the country signed itself? And then you might have heard about MANAs, which is the mutually agreed norms for routing security. It is a program run by the Internet Society. They have different components which altogether provides a score and gives an indication about how is your routing for a network. Then we aggregate it at a country level to get a rough idea of the routing hygiene of a country. We have a few indicators about threats, and this information is coming from various sources, including World Bank, ITU, CyberGreen, and Spamhost. Two of which might be of interest to you. So we have DDoS potential. So how is your country representing, has a potential to DDoS other countries? And what is the percentage of networks that are infected by spam? So these are indicators that we collect and inject in this model. Next slide, please. And finally, as I mentioned, one of my favorite actually is the local ecosystem and market readiness. Two things we are looking at: the market structure. So first of all, affordability. So affordability is a metric provided by the ITU. They take for example, they look at several countries. They take the 1 GB price basket and they compare it with different countries. And they check, for example, what is the percentage of your disposable income that is being used for to buy data packages. So this is how they rate affordability. And then market concentration. How concentrated is your market? In some countries, you might have 1 or 2 providers. So definitely the market is more concentrated there. And how do we measure concentration? We use a special index called the Herfindahl-Hirschman index, which gives a very good indication of market concentration. Finally, we have traffic localization. So this is mostly about peering. So the percentage, for example, we look at the percentage of ASNs in a country that are appearing at an IXP. And this data is coming from PCH. Thank you, Sarah, for providing good data to us researchers and peering DB. And we have a few other indicators, for example, the e-government development index from the UN, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Yes. So once we have all these indicators, I think we have like at least 30 indicators. So how do we bundle them together to create a more or less good and accurate picture of the internet resilience in a country? So we move to the stage of weighting and aggregation. Next slide, please. So that aspect of weighting is important. So there are different techniques to assign weights to the different indicators and dimensions of our framework. We could use statistical analysis and other techniques such as principal component analysis. But the way we decided to go about it is to actually gather expert opinions. So we, at the beginning of the project, we run some surveys and ask people what is the most important aspect of resilience. And thanks to this survey, we managed to assign the different weights to the different dimensions and indicators. So just to give you an idea, normally infrastructure comes first before, let's say, enabling technologies or security, because you first of all need infrastructure before anything else. So normally you would give a higher weight to infrastructure. So using this logic, this is how we also assign the different weights to the different dimensions. Next slide, please. And of course, once we weigh the pillar, and we will also run the data through some cleaning process, and then we aggregate everything. And here we use what we call a weighted sum formula. So we multiplied the indicators after normalizing them by the weight, and then we added them all together. And this gives us a percentage. And this is our index. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of how it looks like. Actually, you can just navigate to pulse.internetsociety.org/resilience, and you will have the dashboard that the Internet Society has developed. This is just a mock-up, but showing basically the same information. So where it is high, it means it has quite a good Internet Resilience Index, and where it is low, the Internet Resilience Index could be improved in those places. Next slide, please. So if we take a quick analysis, so on average, we see that landlocked countries have a lower resilience index, except Rwanda. I guess that's because Rwanda has made quite good efforts in the recent years to increase the number of ISPs. They have an IXP. They have quite a few data centers as well. Morocco, Kenya, Mauritius, and South Africa are the strongest. Coastal countries are the strongest because obviously they are connected via the submarine cables, and normally they would have multiple connections to different cables. So this increases resilience. Except for Eritrea. Eritrea is a coastal country, but because of other considerations, for example, they have a very high market concentration. Their Internet Resilience Index was brought down. Central African Republic scores low in performance and infrastructure because they do not have an active cable infrastructure or cross-border connectivity as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is one part of the project. The other part of the project is our active measurement platform. We have been trying to create a network of devices that we manage ourselves. These are basically small Raspberry Pis. And I would like to thank Yanesh from MTEL for hosting one, actually, in Rodrigues. Thank you very much. On which we are installing software probes. And these software probes are not probes that we are inventing ourselves. We are actually reusing what is out there already. So for example, we have the RIPE Atlas software version installed on this Raspberry Pi. And we have also other measurement tools such as Murakami, which allows you to do speed tests using the MLab infrastructure. So we have deployed these I think around 30 devices in 10 African countries. As you can see, the green dots where the probes are and are connected. The red dots are where the probes are down. Obviously, this has not been an easy task, especially with COVID. We haven't been able to travel around and deploy these devices. It has also a high maintenance cost, and this is why we decided not to send the devices out in the wild like the RIPE Atlas like the RIPE Atlas program, but we decided to work with our network of ISOP chapters because we know them, and then we trust them, and we know, for example, if the network is down or if the device is down, who to contact and ask them to put the devices back online. We are hoping in the course of this year and next year to increase the number of countries. And the good news is also that other regions of the world are also very interested in both the Internet Resilience Index and the Mira pods, as we call them. So the Caribbean region has reached out, and we have already started working with them to create a very similar platform for them and to cover their countries. Next slide, please. This is just some technical details about how we are collecting and storing the information. So right at the bottom, we have the different pods. These are the small devices, but also we are collecting the data from RIPE Atlas, merging everything together. We are also merging secondary data sets such as BGP, DNS data, or data coming from PCH again. We have a data pipeline, and then we have an analytics pipeline, and then we have an API from which people can connect to and create visualization, as you can see on Pulse. Next slide, please. Just a bit of background for the technologies that we are using for the Mira pods. We are using an orchestration system called Balena. So Balena is just a cloud system which allows you to manage IoT devices. So in our case, the IoT device is the Raspberry Pi. So it allows us to connect to this device. It allows us to easily deploy any new measurement tool that we have developed or update them, keep them upgraded, so on and so forth. For the visualization and data storage part, we are using Google Cloud and BigQuery. Next slide, please. Yes, we are from these pods now. We are collecting measurements. So these are measurements that are coming from these devices. So we monitor upload speed, download speed, and latency to various measurement lab servers that are actually hosted at different ISPs in the African region. Next slide. Yes, so this is the platform I was talking about, Internet Society Pulse. You can navigate to this website, pulse.internetsociety.org, and you will have the different, you will see the different focus areas that the Internet Society is working on. We have shutdowns, which keeps track of all shutdowns which are happening around the world. Technologies is about the adoption of IPv6, TLS, DNSSEC, for example. Resilience is the one that we have talked about. We have also centralization now. And this year, we are thinking to add another focus area on traffic localization. Next slide, please. Yes, so our upcoming plans. So this year, so last year we have been working on plans to expand our dashboard and also to increase the number of countries that we want the index to cover. So as I mentioned, we will be focusing on the Latin American and Caribbean region going forward for the rest of the year. Next slide, please. That's all. Thank you very much. I hope that was interesting. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doc. If you have any question,
question. Mukam Taman from AFRINIC. I was looking through the index. I didn't see anywhere where you mentioned the address sharing ratio.
Sorry?
The IP address sharing ratio.
Sharing?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you not think that has an impact on the resilience of the internet? I mean, we know the case of Australia, for example, where the government itself gave an order to take down a website. Then it turned out another government agency was also hosted on the same website. So Do you not think? Why do you not think that's
So the sharing ratio, is it between the ratio of IPv4 addresses to
the number of users that are sharing the same IP address, particularly
okay.
IPv4 NAT,
Okay,
and also
to
the levels?
the level of nothing which is happening in the country.
Yeah.
Probably we didn't include that because we didn't find any reliable source of information on nothing itself. I know for a fact that measuring NAT or measuring CGNAT has been extremely difficult. We have tried to do that in the past. But if you know of any good source, that could be something interesting, because obviously NAT doesn't contribute to the resilience of the internet. And it doesn't contribute, for example, to expanding the IPv6 network as well. Yeah.
Any other question? Okay, I think,
Okay, I'm Sarah Hassan from Packet Clearing House, PCH. I may not understand one point, so I want to ask, when you host the pod in some ISP or something, so you're getting this data only from this ISP perspective only, right? So how do you merge this with the data that you are already receiving from another organization?
Yeah, so for now, we are not using the data we are collecting actively for the Internet Resilience Index, because we have a better coverage using the UCLA data, which is more global. So the active measurement pod allow us to just promptly go and look into a network and see what's happening. So that's the idea behind it. So of course because we have very low coverage, so we rely also on where the Atlas probes are. That would allow us, for example, to run the trace route, the ping, etc. But obviously they do not allow us, for example, to run speed tests. This is what we want to complement with our tools, actually. So I would invite you to go on the webpage, so pulse.internetsociety.org/resilience, and have a look at your country. And you can click on your country and look at the Internet Resilience Index, and look at also the underlying indicators. And maybe you can let us know whether the index is actually representative of the situation on the ground. Because usually a downside of an index is it sometimes tends to hide information about the country. It is a good way to have an overall view, but it might hide information, useful information on a country. So it is good that we get feedback on how accurate this framework is, so that we can adjust our ratings as well. If there is no other question, that's it. Thank you very much.
So much, Doc. I really appreciate it. Please, a round of applause for him. The next on our agenda is Yazid Akano and Paul Mushen. So we're going to talk about the 2 years of DNSSEC deployment in Africa, our experiences, and there's a change. Okay, so the next on agenda is Dan York from Lasers in Space. Will LEO satellites bring better internet access or greater security and privacy issues? Dan York is online, is going to present to us.
Greetings. Hello, is my audio sounding good here? Okay. Hello, bonjour. Thank you for allowing me to come here and speak. It's been a few years since I was able to get to an Africa Internet Summit. I see many names on the list that I know here, and I would love to get there again and be able to speak with you and meet with you in person. I'm delighted to follow my colleague Amrish, as he's also involved with this project at the Internet Society that I'm going to be talking a bit about. And I want to talk about low Earth orbit satellites, LEO satellites. And part of the question it really is why, and it's the internet is for everyone, right? And we want to connect the unconnected. So a real question that we have at the Internet Society, and I think for all of us, is, what role do LEOs play in this, low Earth orbit satellites? If you look at the press, right, you can't escape the news about particularly Elon Musk's SpaceX, right? It's everywhere. You hear lots of things about what Starlink can do. We've heard about it a lot in the space of the Ukraine environment there. We've heard about it with the island of Tonga. We've heard a lot of different things, and other players are in there as well. We see Amazon with their Project Kuiper that they're planning to launch over the next couple of years. We see OneWeb, Telesat. There's just an announcement I saw this morning that there's folks in India looking to go and create a system there. The European Union, China has a couple of different proposed systems that are out here. All of this is a space to go and really, provide another way of internet access. So the question that, I think part of the interest that's happening is traditional satellites that many of you may have used or in other spaces have operated from a so-called geosynchronous or geostationary orbit. And they're great. They can provide access where many people can't receive it, but they have a long latency. It takes 660 milliseconds typically for a packet to go up and back. I could not be presenting to you over a connection like this and have any kind of exchange with you. I could certainly broadcast, but I can't necessarily have a two-way communication. Today, we want to do calls like this. If anything about this pandemic has shown us is that we need to be able to do real-time communication, into many different places. There's, of course, a rise in gaming when people talk about things like virtual reality or metaverse or whatever kind of terms we're using these days. They want to be able to go and communicate quickly and rapidly. We have esports, high-frequency trading. We have a lot of things going on that need this kind of high-speed connection that you can't get in traditional satellites. So that's part of the interest in it. If you look at this chart that you can see here, there are satellites that are way out here beyond me, kind of actually off the screen, I think, which are the geostationary. And then down here close to the Earth is where all of the low Earth orbit satellites are. Generally, they're under 2,000 kilometers. It's where all of the typical space satellites are. It's where the International Space Station is. The various other all the kind of things that we do with astronauts is all happening in that orbit, along with our communication satellites, our weather satellites. All of the different systems are there. There is a middle Earth orbit between those, which are called MEO in the space, MEO. It does have some satellites that are there. And there are some solutions for internet connectivity that work in that space as well. So the question, the challenge is that in order for low Earth orbit satellites to work, they have to have a lot of them. We have to have what are called constellations of satellites. With the geostationary satellites, you can basically have 3 of them that stay in place and according to the rotation of the Earth, and they can provide coverage to the whole surface of the Earth. But the LEO satellites are moving much faster. They have to go and change like this. So you have to have a constantly spinning mesh, a constellation. Some of these are thousands, tens of thousands. There's even some proposals for hundreds of thousands of satellites that will be orbiting the Earth in these constellations. You also need different kinds of antennas that can track multiple satellites and be able to work with that in some way. It's a different technology than what we've had historically for satellite access. But we're also seeing advances in rocket technology. You're seeing companies like SpaceX that are able to reuse their rockets and be able to launch multiple times to go and do it. You're also seeing that satellites used in the LEO space can now be mass produced. Traditionally, the creation of a geostationary satellite, they're as large as a good-sized bus. They take a long time and cost a lot to create, and they're expensive to launch. They have to launch very far out, all of that, about 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth.
Today, we're able to make these satellites on almost production line. Some of the SpaceX launches that have gone up have had 40 or 50 satellites at a time going up and being able to launch. We're also seeing companies such as SpaceX that provide both the satellite and launch services at the same time. So a lot of this has caused this interest in it. Our question from the Internet Society side really is, are these good or bad? Like, are these really good for the internet? Will they help us have an open internet? Will they be affordable? Will they be reachable? Can people use them? Are they bad? Will they create a situation where all of our internet access is controlled from space by a few mega corporations? Or are they kind of in between and they have a use in some places and not in others? One of the other factors driving things a bit too is an interest in some of the new technology. You may have heard of what are called inter-satellite laser links, and this is where people talk about a lot about lasers in space and some of this. There's some interesting things happening. If you have this mesh of thousands of satellites around the Earth, if you can start to communicate between them, you can start doing really interesting things like doing edge computing up in space, of caching content up in a CDN effectively in amongst all these satellites that are up there. It's a lot of really interesting stuff, and I think for many people in the industry, it's a lot of exciting, bright, shiny, let's go look at this. The reality is it's still in development. For as much as we may hear conversations about, lasers between satellites and things like that, it's not yet deployed. It's in research mode, it's in some samples. So it's something to be aware of. It can certainly help us, but we're not quite there yet. The project that we've been working on at the Internet Society has been one where we've been working to kind of develop what we initially thought was a position. Could we come out with kind of guidelines or things around how do we treat LEO satellite systems like we treat traditional satellite systems, or mesh or wireless networks, or undersea cables? Can we understand enough about it? We're then about to begin a process where we would engage with our community and then refine that and communicate it, hopefully provide all of you with information that you can use to help shape the future of LEO satellite access in your country. The challenge we certainly found was that it's really new. It's a new industry. So there's a lot that we don't know. We see some great opportunities. Certainly there's examples that people have given in remote regions where the access is possible. But some people have said, it's truly can be life-changing. They've had very little access, and now suddenly they're able to get a high-speed connection. We've seen communities in schools, libraries, community centers, other places that have been able to get a connection from Starlink in this case, because they're the major one providing this, and be able to get access that helps out their community. We've also seen a lot of interest in what's backhaul from community networks. There's a number of proposals where people can basically drop in a cable tower, a tower into a region, and it could either be a community network with Wi-Fi, or it could be a tower with cellular terminals, so you could be able to use mobile phones, and that will have a connection back up to the satellite network, to the LEO satellite network, to be able to go and provide that kind of connectivity. You could be able to put, with this, if this works out, you could be able to put towers into regions where you just can't get there with traditional fiber or broadband or even microwave technologies to get into some of those spaces. We're also seeing a lot of interest in resilience, in providing connectivity to regions that may have other connections, but they want the ability to have more resilience, backup connections in case things don't work too well. But as I said, the LEO industry is just starting. The only one that's really launched in a large way is Starlink from SpaceX. They're the one with the largest network. They have around 2,600 or so satellites up there now. They're offering, connections in many parts of the world, but we'll talk more about that in a minute. The others, though, are coming up quickly. Amazon's Project Kuiper has secured 85 plus launch windows over the next couple of years to launch their constellation of several thousand satellites. OneWeb has launched a number of their satellites, and they have more to launch over the next couple of years to complete and start to be able to offer their different connections. But we have the results of our research over the past part of this month, this year. I mean, it has been that there's a lot still that's unknown. You know, we look at this big picture, and there's a lot of things happening out there. We see one big challenge is affordability. Some of these systems right now are very expensive at the moment, and yes, they may be able to connect people who are in regions where we cannot connect them, but can the people living there actually afford the equipment and the subscriptions? Again, right now, we only have one vendor to really look at, but I think as we start to see competition, as we see these others enter the market, we'll have to see whether this is truly an affordable solution that we can use in parts of the world, in all areas, or will this continue to be something that is still a high price that can be used in some regions, but not everywhere? There's also a capacity issue. It's not clear, because we don't have a lot of deployment yet, how much capacity can these constellations actually absorb. We're seeing some reports with some areas of Starlink where many people have subscribed that they're having slower bandwidth because they don't have as much of a connection as they did when they first started. Now, again, Starlink is launching many hundreds and thousands more satellites. So as we get more of that, we'll see. But these are questions. Competition, consolidation. Can all of these systems work such that they will that they'll continue to operate and compete, or will we wind up seeing some of these networks not working from a business point of view and being acquired to where we only have a couple of companies operating? These are questions we all, here need to be kind of keeping on watching and looking as we go forward with this. There's also an interesting question just around spectrum allocation and how we get this. One of the challenges that we've seen with many of the systems is that people have to go around to each of the companies and governments and get spectrum allocated in those countries. So it takes a long time for people to go and move through this. There's interference issues. There's allocation of orbits. Technology-wise, we want to make sure that as we move through this, that these systems support the open standards that we're used to, that they're interoperable. There are some other business model questions. Environmental impact is a big one. One thing people don't understand perhaps is that these satellites, because they're smaller and closer to the Earth, they need propellant to stay up there. They need to be there, and so they only have a lifespan about 5 years. So they will, after that time, they will burn up in the atmosphere, and they'll have to be replaced. So for many of these constellations, they have to be constantly relaunching new ones. So there's a lot of potential, but the question for all of us here at AIS and across the industry is how can we shape this future? I will just wrap it up by saying that I think the way that you all here can help is learn as much as you can. These are different kinds of systems. They bring in new elements that we have not been talking about as much in the traditional internet infrastructure industry. And we need pilot programs. There's as many as possible to learn more about what these are capable of. Starlink only recently is now available in 2 countries, actually Mauritius and Nigeria were announced last week as allowing Starlink to start to be deployed. So I would encourage you, if you're in those countries, to see what you can do to get these systems. We need to understand how strong are they, how will they help us bring the internet to people across Africa and across the rest of the world. And please share your experience. Presentations like this with use cases would be wonderful. I would love it if at AIS'23 we could have some presentations from people who are actually using these systems and can help us answer some of these questions. So with that, I will wrap it up and say thank you. I would love to have been there in Mauritius. I look forward to joining you at a future event. You're welcome to reach out to me and learn more about it. And the slides are also available in the platform. So thank you very much. And I will turn it out open to questions.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. You said in the beginning of your presentation that the problem was the time response of the geostationary satellites. How long is it? It is not that long at all. I think the problem is not this. The problem is that you want to cover people without going through the national or the regional network. This is how the constellation, the constellation can do that, while a geostationary satellite cannot do that.
Okay. So
I finished my. Okay. There is another big problem with these constellations. There are more and more. We have more and more satellites around the world, around the Earth. They have to be deorbited at a certain moment. Where they are going, it is a big problem for humankind. So we don't, in my point of view, we don't have to launch more and more satellites, and then we don't know where they will be dropped and where and what will be the consequence of their deorbiting. Thank you.
Yes, and before I answer, I was reminded by somebody in the chat, I misspoke. I'm sorry. It was Nigeria and Mozambique are the two countries that just recently got approval or issued approval for Starlink. So my apologies on that. You raised the excellent questions. You know, well, two different parts. Each constellation has to obtain approval by the regulator in each country to be able to operate in that country. And so all of these companies, whether it's SpaceX or Amazon or OneWeb, you know, they are currently in the process of going around to each of your regulators and asking to get that permission. Some of those, as far as the question on bypassing local networks or pieces like that, some of those countries have put in requirements where, you know, the connectivity from the LEO constellations must go through ground stations in their country, which has created other challenges around, you know, locating ground stations, et cetera. So there is a question on that. The LEO providers do have to, you know, they have to get spectrum allocations just like the geostationary providers did as well. And in fact, there is some tension between some of the geostationary providers and the LEO providers as to who gets to use the spectrum. There are concerns about interference. There have been some questions when you have this, and if you have several of these meshes of satellites, you know, what will there be interference with the signals from the geostationary satellites? So, you know, space is big, but there's still, you know, they could be in front of those satellites. There's some very serious concerns that people have raised around interference there. The environmental impact is definitely something that people need to be thinking about, because all of these satellites, you know, yes, they're being deorbited at the end of their 5-year time, and they're typically burning up. They're smaller, so they're burning up in the upper atmosphere. But what's burning up there? What chemicals are in these satellites? What fuel? What other pieces? We don't fully understand yet the long-term environmental impact and the impacts, as you mentioned, on us, on humanity, with doing this. At the same time, we have all of these companies in all of these different countries who are rapidly working to launch these new constellations of satellites. These are questions we have to be asking them. You know, what are you doing to minimize your impact? How are you working with us? And there are efforts within the industry, but we need to hold them accountable to it.
Is there any other questions for Dan? Okay. Thank you so much, Dan York. Really appreciate your presence. Please let's give Dan a round of applause for his quality representation. So on our next line of agenda, so we have 2 more to go. So we're going to welcome Per Danjure from ICANN and Yazid Akano. They're going to discuss about the 2 years of DNSSEC deployment in Africa, our experiences and what we've learned. Pierre, if it's online.
So, hi everyone, this is Yazid speaking. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So Pierre is trying to reconnect, but I think we could start and he will join us later on. He was connected before, but for some reasons he got disconnected. So I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Paul Mukene, and both of us are working at the office of the CTO, precisely at the technical engagement team. Both of us are dedicated to Africa and Middle East region. Paul, can you also activate your mic? Myself, I'm Yazid Akao. I'm based in Cotonou, Benin, while Paul is based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we will together drive you through a few slides of our 2 years of experience, talking about DNSSEC and helping some stakeholders implementing this security protocol on the systems. But before moving to the agenda, I will let Paul also give a few words to the audience. Paul, over to you. Paul, can you hear us? Okay, so while Paul is connecting, okay. While Paul is fixing his microphone issue, let me just quickly present you the agenda of the session. We'll start by explaining what is DNSSEC, without, of course, going into the technical details. It will be a very general overview of the protocol, what it does, what it doesn't do. And then we will move to the current state of the protocol deployments by sharing some statistics over the world. We will then come back to our observations over the last 2 years of working at ICANN and dealing with different kind of stakeholders in the region, helping them to understand DNSSEC, but to also configure it in the respective system. With that said, I will then check again if Paul is able to give some words. Paul? Not yet. Okay, no issue. I hope you are still speaker. Okay, I can see that Paul needs some technical assistance. If the host could help Paul. While Paul is fixing his microphone issue, I will hand over to Pierre Dandino, who is back in the session, Pierre, if you can hear me and if you are able to activate your mic, over to you, please. Pierre Dangino, I think you now have access to your microphone. Please open your mic and you can talk. It seems that Pierre also is not able to talk. Okay, we'll just move to the next slide, hoping that Paul and Pierre will be able to join us later on. So what is DNSSEC? Of course, most of the internet gurus who are in the session today remember the earlier days of DNSSEC in 2000, 2005, 2010. We have been listening to Dan York a few minutes back. Of course, we have also been listening to Alain Aina. Both of them have been well known in the technical community, talking about DNSSEC at the earlier age of this security protocol. But what is it exactly? Next slide, please. DNSSEC is actually a set of security extensions to secure the domain name system. And it leverages on the public key cryptography to actually generate signatures for the domain name systems. For each domain name zone, different signatures are generated by the system administrator, by the zone administrator. And on the other side, those signatures are actually verified by what we call the DNS recursive resolvers. And the purpose of this verification is actually to ensure that the DNS resource records received and that will be provided to the internet user are actually authenticated and has not been tampered by anybody on the network. DNSSEC is the result of several years of community-based open standards development at the IETF mostly. And we can see DNSSEC as complementary to other technologies such as SSL, which is very well known in the web area. But DNSSEC mostly work to actually secure the DNS transactions, not to encrypt them, but to ensure the authenticity of the information and also its integrity. Ensuring the authenticity means that we make sure that the right authoritative DNS server provided the answer, and ensuring its integrity means that nobody has been able to tamper the information being provided to the user. And to ensure those two functionalities, there are two operations to actually implement on the systems. On the one side, we have the DNSSEC signing part, which actually I can hear some echoes. Sorry about that. If the host can help us fix it. Can I continue my presentation?
Yes, please continue.
All right. Thank you. So I was just saying that there are two different operations, but which are complementary, one to the other. The first one is the signing part, which must be done by the registrant and all those domain name administrators. And the second one is the validation part. The validation actually occurs at the recursive resolver side. So network administrators or internet service providers or any other resolver operators are actually responsible for activating or for configuring the validation on the recursive resolvers. Next slide, please. So what is the current state of DNSSEC deployment? We know that the DNS root zone has been signed in 2010. Of course, before the root zone was signed, there are several, let's say few top-level domains which actually started signing the zone. But today, what is the photography we have on this security protocol deployment around the world? Next slide to see what are the main current statistics. When we look at the top-level domain on the root level, all the generic top-level domains are DNSSEC signed today, thanks to this contract within ICANN and all the generic top-level domains registry operators. So DNSSEC signing is a must on the GTLD side. But on the country code top-level domains, there is still a lot of work to do. There is no contract between ICANN and them. So we do count on the country code top-level domains registry operators to understand the need and to understand their role in securing the global internet. We are currently around 60% of country code top-level domains who are effectively DNSSEC signed. Of course, this is at the top-level domain. When we move to the second-level domain, things are unfortunately I won't say bad, but the statistics are very low. We are talking about around 7 to 8% of second-level domains which are effectively DNSSEC signed. When we come to the validation part, the world is around 30% of DNS traffic, which is effectively being validated, and of course from one region to the other there are some slight difference. We can see that Africa is around 25%, while other regions in the world are above 40%. Of course, this means that there is still a lot of work to do everywhere, not only specifically in Africa region, even if we can see that we are a bit behind. But the expectation is actually to have a lot of or to have more DNSSEC validation being done all over the world in the respective resolver recursive resolvers used by the internet users. Next slide, please. Of course, our friends from AFRINIC provide this open statistics platform. You can go online and also visualize and get more information on the current state of DNSSEC validation on the respective regions and even on the respective autonomous systems in each country. And when it comes to ICANN strategic plan 21-25, on which we are currently working, it is very clear that security is a key point that ICANN is working on. And this is even one of the reasons that the technical engagement team staff has been increased, and we are actively working to help of all the stakeholders to understand what is their role in making the internet more and more secure. Next slide, please. So again, when we look at inside Africa, we can also see that the statistics are a bit different from one region to the other. There are still a lot of work again to do, but this is what we have been doing so far since 2 years. Not that nothing was done before. A lot of work was done before, but since 2020 now, that Paul and myself are dedicated to the Africa region, it has been, I would say, more easier to us to reach out directly to the network operators, to the internet service providers, to make them understand why security is so critical in today's life on the internet, and again what they need to do on the different systems, and also how to do it, because yes, Africa region is specific. We all know that, and people in this region needs more and more support to actually make things effectively done. Next slide, please. We can just jump to the next slide again. Another slide. This is just to explain that different kind of resolvers are used in different networks. Some networks are using recursive resolvers within the network, while others are using public recursive resolvers. And if you are interested in understanding those statistics and having a better visibility of what is happening in your country, you can just follow this link, and you will reach to the statistics. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what have we observed so far? Definitely there is a greater awareness and concern regarding improving cybersecurity posture in general, and we have also noticed that yes, people have been asking trainings and hands-on as well, because we have a dedicated virtual online platform now, which help us to train ISPs and network operators. We have also supported a lot of CCTLDs to train on DNSSEC deployment. We even written a document, a guidebook to explain what is DNSSEC and what can be the journey to make the CCTL design. We did a lot of work with network operators in different countries to effectively implement the DNSSEC validation in the network. And when you go to the AFRINIC site, you can see how statistics are increasing, and we will continue the job we are doing. Of course, a lot of patience is required, and we will continue with the same motivation, reaching out to the respective network operators to help them configure in their systems. Next slide. It seems that Paul is back. I will just hand over back to Paul to conclude with the presentation. But, Paul, if you are now able to talk, go ahead, please.
So much, Yazid, for actually on our 3 years of DNSSEC deployment experiences, especially during the height of the pandemic. So as I conclude, I just want to mention maybe some of the ways we can assist you. So I will I will speak a bit louder. So as we conclude, let me just mention some of the things we can do and how we can actually help you. So go to the next slide. Okay, so one of the things that we actually do all year round is we provide hands trainings, operations in both English and French, and you can actually drop an email on octo@icon.org if you are perhaps a CCTLD operator or network operator and you're interested in maybe finding out about how to deploy NetSec. We will actually get in touch with you and we'll actually assess your needs. Let's go back to the previous slide. Can we go back to the previous slide? Okay, so then another thing also, we actually assist in operational manuals and best practices. We offer advice in setting up maybe certain DNSSEC specific parameters, applying best practices, but we actually cannot feed you all the time. So we want also you to can I say to get 30 and also what actually works for you. So what we'll just do at best is maybe to guide and also to actually provide you skills you need to get started. So we are currently doing experiments and we are currently helping them work on setting up a test bed. And so this is something also we can actually a test bed for testing DNS. And besides that, if perhaps you're a network operator or CCTLD operator, during ICANN meetings, we have and DNS psychology with various these share their experiences, the collective experiences, what they've learned, what to do and what to do. Okay, next slide. So to make things a bit easy, we have qualified some of our observations and also experiences, book known as OCT02. We use the set of application known as OCT029, which is basically a guidebook for DNSSEC deployment for CCTLDs. Although it was specifically targeted for CCTLDs, it's open to GTLD operators and other network operators who are maybe interested in actually deploying DNSSEC. So in this manual, we actually have a detailed checklist, and in October 9, some of the main action items that you should actually aim for when you're actually deploying DNSSEC. We also stress the fact that when you think of deploying DNSSEC CCTLD, you treat it as a project, maybe allocate also it. But I will not go deep down into the nitty-gritties of the guidebooks. So I will encourage you to check out OCT029 on the main ICANN website under Octo Publications. You can download it and read it. The guidebook has 2 other languages, into French and also Arabic. And next slide. Okay, so these are other useful resources that we can share with you, and including DNSSEC algorithms in use, maybe this DNS resolvers. There's an analysis that our colleague Alain in Octo did on DNS resolvers in the EU. And besides that, we also welcome you to visit our and check out the technical engagement training catalog, course catalog. In case you may, besides DNS and DNSSEC, we also have other courses and webinars in which we actually offer to the community. And with that, I think I come to the end of the presentation. I think you can go to the next slide. Okay, thank you so much for your kind attention. Yazid and I are ready to take any questions. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence. Yazid and Paul, nice seeing you here. So one of the hats I wear is on the Nigerian CCTLD. And one concern that we have had with regards implementing DNSSEC is the fear of having manpower to be able to manage the keys that will need to be regenerated and signed consequently. So we have basically had to pause this process until we were able to recruit, which we've recently done, and build capacity of staff to be able to manage this. I'm sure that a few other CCTLDs might have similar fears, restraints that have stopped them from being able to move this process along. What would be your advice to a CCTLD like mine? Is it possible to draw some form of technical support from the community where we do not have the hands-on training, the technical expertise in-house to manage rolling of the keys? And okay, so I'll just leave it at that and hope that you might be able to prefer a solution or two. Another thing I want to find out is, for the benefits of DNSSEC, does it, for instance, stop us from needing to deploy SSL certificates on our different websites? Thank you.
Okay. So, Lawrence, I'll take maybe the second part of the question, and Yazid could take the first part. So let's talk about SSL and DNSSEC. They are two complementary technologies. So deploying DNSSEC does not mean you should not maybe sign perhaps your maybe deploy a certificate, a TLS or SSL certificate for your website. Those are two very different technologies, though they're also complementary. So so one does not necessitate that you should actually ignore the other. The other thing is also there is work being done and is also being, can I say, evolving, and that is on a protocol known as DANE, which is DNS authentication, DNS-based authentication for named entities. DANE is supposed to actually extend the concept of certificates into now the realm of websites. But in the case of DANE, you must have an active DNSSEC deployment that is that's working. So given the fact that there are not so many entities employing DANE, DANE is also another alternative where you can use DNSSEC in order to actually generate, can I say, certificates also for maybe email, perhaps, or even web. But but it still has some to go because many operators actually, or even website administrators, usually use TLS certificates. So hope that answers that part of the question. Maybe Yazid could answer the first part of the question.
So the first part of the question was related to the keys, the key generation and management. And yes, this is kind of question we usually receive. And without going into the deep details, there are different kind of scenarios, I would say, of managing the keys. We call it the key management, globally speaking. And when we go to the hands-on training, we actually discuss about that. We also touch different kind of solutions, which help to understand when dealing with one solution, how the key management is done, one dealing with another solution, how the key management is implemented. And there are also some kind of mix of key management. Also, when you take bind, you can also see that even those DNS software have improved a lot. When you take bind, the way the key management was done 10 years back is not the same now. We have open DNSSEC today. We have the soft HSMs, but we also have the physical HSMs, etc., etc. So also depending on the security criteria, I would say the security policy, your internal security policy, it will also affect the key management strategy. So all of this must be discussed, must be explored, and there is no one solution to go with. But again, it depends on different kind of criteria. What do you want to achieve? What kind of security you want to implement? What already exists in the country? For instance, we have seen some countries where we already have a nice national cyber security or public key infrastructure where we can actually rely on to also manage the keys. So again, there is no one clear answer. It needs to be studied in order to find the right, simplest, easiest approach, which guarantee a certain level of security. And of course, this is new processes, and definitely it will also add some new routines in operations and maintenance. This part cannot be hidden. It is not possible. That's what I can give as answer, and I hope that the person who asked the questions is satisfied. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Yazid and Paul. We appreciate your presentation. So on the last line of agenda, we'll welcome Noah Minor on the stage for his presentation on building of peaceful nations.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I suppose I'll be the last speaker for the day. My name's Noah Maina, and I thought that I should at least conclude the day by taking us down memory lane and also see how we can sort of project what the future holds for the African continent. So I'll be presenting a paper titled Building Peaceful Nations, and I'll be focusing mostly on the role of the internet infrastructure, so to speak. Next slide. So this sentence here is picked from a very interesting, line that was coined by John Pastell. And of course, if you read, you see that he once said that, a name indicates what we seek. And this statement resonated a lot with me, not only as a network engineer, but also in my life generally. And of course, we are all impacted with so many names. And within our ecosystem, I'll just sort of touch on a number of names. We famously use the Google search engine. That's a name. In most of our work, we have websites. We connect to these websites and we connect to them for various reasons. Tourists these days, if they need a visa, they can hook onto a specific government's website. For instance, if you're in Mauritius, while I was coming here, I needed to fill a form before actually landing. And I found this form online on the government's URL. And that was possible because of course, the name. And what I'm trying to point to here is basically the role of CCTLDs or the names community within our ecosystem. Next slide. When COVID happened, so many schools were affected. We were used to, students going to physical classes for studies within the continent. And for the context of Tanzania, where I reside, one of the universities saw it fit to basically move pretty much 60% of its curriculum online. But at the same time, there's been a movement over the last couple of years of, the platforms which can enable all education to go online, MOOCs and things like that. And this is just one of those possibilities that we have, for instance, back at home, whereby these days we have this hybrid model of education. Students still go to school, but at the same time, they can access pretty much the entire curriculum, which has been accredited by the, the National Education Council online, okay? So when the pandemic happened, because this platform existed at the time, most students actually leveraged the platform to actually access most of their education. Next slide. This is another interesting name back at home. It's basically an app which enables you to order food online. And the app is called, it can basically enable somebody to order food, order items from a shop without physically going to a restaurant or that specific shop if they need maybe utensils and things like that. And this is, of course, these days, this is something which is common in most of our phones. You can basically download an app which enables you basically to access a specific services. So for this case, it's food, it's online marketplace, e-commerce, and this sort of different services that a typical home would need. Next slide. This is another image which is very compelling in a sense that the previous president of Tanzania, one time before he left power, he basically said that he would create about 2 million jobs. And a lot of people laughed at him and said, how are you going to create 2 million jobs? And little did most people know that the motorbike business in Africa is one of the most vibrant businesses that are enabling a lot of households these days to actually lead a life. So if you go to Nigeria or Kampala or even Dar es Salaam, you will, within the major cities, you will meet a lot of motorbikes moving around, and they are hauling either people or, items. This is one of those possibilities which now have enabled a lot of young people in, for instance, Uganda, to actually get employed. Most of them perhaps, finish school, are not able to get a decent employment because there are no jobs, but they are able to employ themselves through these motorbikes. But the interesting part is the previous app, which I just showed you, has been useful to most of these businesses, because a lot of people eventually discovered that you can actually link the transportation business, the motorbike transportation business, with a vibrant online e-commerce business, you see. And at the intersection between this motorbike business and the online e-commerce business is basically an app, and that app, of course, depends on the internet infrastructure. Next slide. This is another one from, of course, I picked a picture from a startup which is based in Nigeria, and it's also employing a lot of youth. And like I said, there is a lot of activity that is currently now happening behind the scenes in our continent. A lot of young people's lives are being affected by some of these activities, and all this is because you just need to know a specific name. If it is Mokopa, or if it is Fudsasa, or if it is Uber, whatever it is. But the gig economy is actually affecting people's lives through these names. Next slide. So the second sentence to basically sentence to that line which Jan Pastel coined was that an address indicates where it is. So in order to actually access most of those services, you must have an address with basically an identity, all right? And as you all know, we are all here because AFRINIC is responsible for making sure that they manage these identities. They are logical identities, but they're extremely important. Everything I was presenting in the previous slides would not be possible if these identities didn't exist. Next slide. So that is the role which AFRINIC has been playing, so to speak, in the last 20 years. Even though, of course, the internet in Africa has existed for the last 30 decades, it has spontaneously grown over the years, but one of the fundamental impacts that Africa has had in the last 20 years is, of course, the existence of AFRINIC and the role it has played in making sure that it manages these IDs, which are very fundamental in ensuring that those names are actually reachable and accessible. Next slide. So you might have the name, you will know the name, you will have the identity, but you must have a route, all right? Hence the statement, a route indicates how to get there. And basically what this means is that even in the most common traditional sense, you have roads, okay? To give an example, in Tanzania, we border about 7 countries. Zambia, for instance, depends on Tanzania and the port of Dar es Salaam for it to access a lot of, commerce and goods which are coming from maybe, Middle East or Asia, right? So the infrastructure, the road infrastructure is very important because without it, you cannot, of course, have trade. And when it comes to now our ecosystem, the internet ecosystem, the same is true. Next slide. So currently, the continent in the last, you'd say 20 years, or so to speak, there's been infrastructure which has been built and continues to be built, both in the submarine space, also in the terrestrial space. And this infrastructure is what now enables the names and the numbers to be able to make sense, because without this infrastructure, then you cannot access the names, and you cannot have these numbers being put to proper use. Next slide. This slide here is extremely important because if you think about it, those logos represent a lot of names, and those logos are basically telecommunication companies. These companies are more or less factories. They provide and manufacture services, if you want to speak in the most basic terms. And these services are being accessed by millions of people in this continent. Each of these factories here employ people, of course, contribute to the socio-economic development of the continent. And the only reason they are able to do that is because there is a vibrant infrastructure on the terrestrial side and on the submarine side, which is being built or which has been built over the years. But on top of that, there are identities which are very important for these factories to actually thrive. And that identity is, so to speak, the raw material that is required or is useful in order to enable actually these factories to thrive. All right. And that is why when you think about the statement that Pastel coined, that a name indicates what we seek, an address indicates where it is, and a route gets you to the name. All right. You realize that in the last 2 or 3 decades, there's been a lot of fundamental change. There's been a lot of impact that the internet infrastructure in Africa has had on this continent. And this has enabled the African continent to actually, usher in an era of peace. Because if you create jobs for the young generation, and if you think about it, we are seated at almost a population of 1.2 billion people. So the internet is actually a very important tool in creating jobs. And it's through these jobs and these opportunities that we are ensuring that we have a peaceful continent and a peaceful future. Next slide. And just to summarize, of course, the gig economy is happening within the continent. We have almost 1.something billion people. By 2030, the youth population will have increased 2-fold. We must make sure that we do something and we continue to do what we are doing to ensure that everyone thrives on this continent, because unemployment is a real thing. And of course, we can leverage the power of the names, the power of the numbers, and also the power of the route to ensure that this is possible. And today, we will be able, and even in future, to ensure that the African continent is able to thrive peacefully, and to ensure that the young generation and the youth are able to actually find different opportunities which can basically enable them to thrive. And of course, if everybody thrives, we all have peace. Thank you so much, and that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Noah. Do you have any question for Noah?
Thank you very much, Noah, for your presentation. Yes, I want to thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to find out, you talked about the gig economy in Africa. Do you actually think the gig economy is really thriving in Africa? Is it not just something like we're importing what we think is happening or thriving in other parts of the world, and we're just like a dump site? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Karim, for your question. I am basically of the view that actually the gig economy is actually happening in Africa today. And I'm one of the users of some of these applications, the names, the logos I showed you in the previous slides. I'm one of those users. My wife literally buys utensils online through a platform like, for instance, Instagram. But if you put aside Instagram, locally within Tanzania and even in East Africa, we have e-commerce platforms. These platforms are enabling a lot of e-commerce, and therefore, I believe that the gig economy is actually happening. When you look at the transportation sector, it's already being disrupted. Of course, it started with, names like Uber and the rest, but within Nigeria, where you come from, or in East Africa, we have different, hailing companies that are actually using these mobile apps to be able to hail people around, and also, of course, to enable the e-commerce, activity within these countries. And therefore, I believe it's actually happening. You could think of, the entertainment industry as well. I'm sure you are aware of the new, gig, which is thriving amongst the young generation, which is like, this so-called influencers economy, right? But all this is happening because it's leveraging on the power of the internet and what these factories are enabling in terms of services. Everybody who is able to connect online can actually use the internet to determine their future. And those who are able to innovate, those who are able to create these services are actually doing that. If you go to South Africa, the same thing is happening, right? I was telling someone that these days, for instance, in Tanzania, in the past, we used to, in order for you to get electricity, okay, you could go and line up at a government, office where they sell tokens. The government has disrupted itself and has gone online. Utility bills, I'm able to pay for water, I'm able to pay for, my electricity, I'm able to actually pay tax, and I'm able to do a lot of things without actually going to the government office. And you would also call that pretty much the whole service delivery from government, you would also call that or term it into the same sort of economy, because governments are creating apps, and these apps are actually enabling citizens to access services which are, basically enabling us to be able to thrive. So the gig economy is happening. It's not a buzzword which is being thrown around or is, coming from somewhere else, but this is actually happening, and it's happening because we've been able to do what I just presented in the previous slide. Thank you. Is there a question on that?
Now we've come to an end. I would like to thank all the presenters, a wonderful job. Yeah, another round of applause. And even our MC, Mr. Debol. So I think we have come to an end of AIS. I think it will be of interest of the statistics that we have gathered so far in regards to this meeting. We have registered over around 866 delegates from 85 countries. At this moment, until the meeting ends completely, we'll be able to know how many were on site and how many were online. So we've had a total of 28 sessions, and all presentations for all these sessions are ready for download in the meeting website. We've had 20 presenters taking us through various sessions. So it might also interest you to know that this is the first time the African Internet Summit is taking place in Mauritius. Yet this is the 10th anniversary of AIS. A round of applause to the AF stars who are making this possible. So thank you. So this session kind of marks the end of AIS, and I would like to thank our sponsors, MTEL Mauritius, for wonderful connectivity. I'm sure all of us who are on site nobody has complained of internet downtime, right? Internet Society Africa, ICANN Africa, .Africa, Meta, Google, Isotel, and Flex Optics. Another round of applause to our sponsors. Thank you. On behalf of the African Internet family, We appreciate all delegates for following and attending this meeting, both on site and online. I encourage us to tweet and share under the hashtag AIS'22. We hope you had a good session, and we look forward to another fruitful meeting. Now, tomorrow we'll be having a resource member-only session that is a closed session that will take place in the same venue, both online and on-site. The online participants who are resource members have already received their meeting tokens. They'll join the meeting using a different token. And we look forward to having a good 4 hours with our resource members. Otherwise, for those of us, for now, we have a few minutes for those of us on site, we have a few minutes to go into our rooms and quickly change for a wonderful evening that we've planned for all of us. It will start at 6:30. Just ask for the temple. That's where the gala dinner is going to be. Otherwise, for those joining us online, we wish you a good day, and we look forward to having you in the next meeting. Remember to fill in the meeting survey. We would like to know how our first hybrid was, how your experience was, to make us improve it for the next upcoming meeting. For now, from us in Mauritius, we wish us all a good evening, and thank you for joining us for AIS'22. Thank you.